Okay, good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock, and I would like to start the subcommittee work session on Senate Bill 485. And I welcome our, maybe the four of you can quickly say your names, starting with Mr. Perry, and then we won't have to.
So, Warren Perry, Deputy Adjutant General, New Hampshire Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services.
My name is Scott Withrow. I'm with Merit International, and I'm the lead for the Aspire Coalition, which works on military reciprocity for spouses across the country.
Good morning, I'm Eric Taylor, and I'm a lobbyist for Merit and Aspire.
Good morning, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. We're meeting here because when we heard Senate Bill 485 last week, we noticed that it was remarkably similar to House Bill 1385. So the objective of the meeting is to look to see what we need to do to make to Senate Bill 485 to make it harmonious with House Bill 1385, or if Senate Bill 485 is needed at all in light of House Bill 1385. So, Representative Carroll, would you like to discuss the analogy, the comparisons that you made on both the bills?
Thank you. Sure. Good morning, everybody. So let's see. I don't know if everybody has a copy of each of the amendment to 1385, which is 1090. I got one. We can share.
And is that amendment, did that replace the bill in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what we voted on here in committee. Yes. And then 485. So I think that the short explanation is there's a number of changes that we made in 1385 in the amendment that were at the suggestion of OPLC and DMAV, clarifying language to go along with all the changes that you folks have made in the past few years, and some language to make sure that that people transitioning, we made sure we put the word veterans in there to make sure that that was clear and not just spouses. So most of that is what this is as a looking from the 30,000 foot view. I think the main piece of 485 was that the senator was looking for the digitally verifiable licensing piece, and there's an entire paragraph at the back that was added that I think OPLC and DMV should put in a comment on. So with that said, I don't know if you want me to kind of go, if it makes sense just to go through it a little bit, line at a time. So do we, you're welcome to use that, Warren, if you want to. And I didn't have any extra copies of 1385. My apologies for that. But. So going down this little comparison sheet, so on 1385 on the amendment, page 1 in its entirety isn't addressed in 485 because it's all new material that we put in. So there's no change needed on 1090 and it's not relevant. On page 2 of 1385.
Just a moment, I just want to
Sorry.
make sure.
Yep.
So we don't have any say in 1090 anymore because
Yep.
it's gone to the Senate. But
Okay.
the fact that it's not addressed in Senate Bill 485, is that an issue?
Those first two lines are not an issue because 485 doesn't address any of that. 'Cause
Okay,
it was
and
all-
is that something then okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, so
cool.
we don't need to do anything.
Okay.
On 1385 and page 2, the changes that we made in the title added veterans and it removed the words temporary license. And I would think that that should also be reflected in 485, if I'm understanding the process correctly, and certainly Director Courtney can jump in. But I think that those were changes suggested by OPLC and DMAV to make our bill make sense. So I would say that what's on page 2, line 8 in 1385 should be put into 485 if that's the process.
Okay, does anybody have any comments on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Representative.
Okay. All right.
The next line down, again, similar changes that were suggested by OPLC, I think clarifying language. Um, words were added, as you can see, under RSC 485A, and the word "the" was added to make the sentence grammatically more proper. And it deleted the words "of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification" because we changed that globally across all of our bills. So I believe those changes should be put into 485 as well.
Okay. Any comments? You're good? Everybody good? Okay.
I think my only comment would be that I think the language that's in 31016, at least one, and we can talk about the other Roman numerals, but I think the language that's in 1385 is probably the language that we want to keep.
Yeah.
Whether or not it be moved over to 485 or whether it just be taken out of 485 and we rely on 1395, however we want to do that, I think that's the language that the office would like.
Okay.
It's just minor.
Yep, that's
It-
fine.
yeah.
That's fine.
Right, and I don't know enough about how this works to know. So, right, what we had in 1385, I think we want to keep, whether we have to put that in 485 or in the long run, it changes the law. When they're both done, it changes the law regardless, right?
Right. So up until now, my sense is that
Yeah.
there's nothing that's in 485 that is not in 1385 as amended, and that 1385 as amended represents the latest version of. Are we all in agreement with that? Okay.
So if you want me to jump to where I think there's a conflict,
Yes,
Jackie, can I just,
you may. Yeah.
just so I can think about the direction we're headed, there is an opportunity here maybe to change and then endorse 1385 and maybe reject 485 as.
The committee already passed 1385, amended with 1098. We did that already.
So we're not going to amend it again?
We're not amending it. So what we're doing is we're looking at 485 to either correct conflicts or to add something new or to even determine if we need 485. Because it might be that at the end of the day, the corrections that we want to make to 485 are going to be such that it's an improvement of 1385.
So if we were to endorse 485,
Yes.
would there have to be some committee of conference to put the two bills together to work out differences?
Well, if we were to change the 485 significantly enough, we would ask the Senate to concur with our changes, right? We wouldn't have two. We could do that in a discussion with the Senate ED&A group.
Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Representative Brown.
so let's go down to where it says page 3, line 2 through 5 on HB 1385. So that is on 485, if you have it, it's page 2, lines 8 through 11. Oh,
Where it says
hang
the
on.
executive on 485.
let me back up one more to where it says not addressed in 1385. So on page 2, line 2 through 7, the word commensurate up here, I'm making the note that the word commensurate appears in 1385 farther down, and in here it does say the old language is substantially similar, that I think we talked about it ad nauseum this session, whether we wanted that in there or not. So I guess I would leave that to others to, I'm just making the point. Yeah.
Representative Courtney, do you have a comment on that? Director Courtney.
Thank you. So I think that the language in 1385 was distilled down to what we'd like it to be in terms of requiring the office to adopt rules to determine what military training, education, and experience is acceptable to basically obtain a license. I think that the distinction is that the language in 485 includes that language that Senator Carson was interested in, which includes digitally verifiable license, and that's not included in 1385. But in terms of directing the office to adopt rules establishing, the basis for obtaining a license, I think the language in 1385 is the preferable language. Do you agree with that?
So yeah, my 2 cents are the benefit of 485 is it just adds the digitally verifiable license piece. And the more exactly the same the language is, the better, because it just avoids confusion. And depending on which one of these gets signed last by the governor, that's what becomes the statute, right? So we want them to be the same. We want the language to be the same. And at the end of the day, it's just happy to glad in terms of commensurate versus substantially similar. So we should be looking to modify 485 so the language is exactly the same as it is in 1385 as amended. And that's just it makes sense. And what we get out of 485 rather than kill it is the digitally verifiable piece. So that's an advantage.
And if that's what you want in Senate Bill 485, that's the part we can just make that
Right.
an amendment to 1385, right? Because if the governor signs 1385 and then in 485 we add the digital, the least what I'm trying to say is we should use the least number of words in 485 so that we don't have conflict and we do what we wanted to do.
And at the end of the day, Representative, I think that it achieves the intent that the department would like to see. Right?
Okay.
So we're really, with 485, what we're really looking for is the digitally verifiable license piece.
So what we're looking for is on page 1 of the bill from line 26. Right? Starting at 26, because that's the section that has the digital licensing. It's on page 2, line 3. To facilitate the license of a licensed digitally verified license certificate. I mean, that's what we want to do, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Lindsay, does what I said make sense? I mean,
Yes, it makes complete sense. We've had issues with enrollment in the last couple of years when there are conflicts in the law. I think you could do it that way. I think you could just essentially take what's in 1385 and put it in 485. The other thing you could do is just remove anything in 485 except the requirement that we adopt procedures to establish digitally verifiable licenses. You could do it that way as well, and it would be a fairly small bill.
So my preference is to make things as small as possible because you never know how these things are gonna. I don't want to get tripped up later because of some clause that we put in that we didn't know was going to be a conflict. Does that make sense?
and I think that, it probably is worth our time to reach out to the prime sponsor in the Senate and say, we've done this already in 1385, and we're going to pare this down to avoid conflicts. And my gut tells me that Senator Carson would be amenable to that. My gut tells me that.
Yes, and I just met her in the on the way over here, and she's going to spend a significant part of her morning here, and that's something we can discuss with her. So if everyone is agreeable, that will be the discussion that I have with her. Yes? Yes.
Yeah, and just to underscore the importance of having that language in there for the portability of licenses for military spouses or veterans as they move from one state to another, that's absolutely essential. It's not just a matter of having an online or digital application and processing system in place, but it's also the ability for spouses to take those licenses, which are verified digitally, with them into new places when they permanently change station, for example, and facilitate their ability to be recognized more quickly and get to work more quickly as well.
Yes. Representative Brown.
Thank you. So on page 2 of 485,
Yep.
so that starting on line 2, that entire paragraph that says the procedure shall, that entire paragraph is added, and it looks like it only has to do with digitally verifiable licensing. So, General Perry and Director Courtney, are you okay with that entire paragraph? Because that's not in 1385, that whole paragraph.
Is starting with the procedure shall
Yep.
include, okay.
Actually, down to line 7, sorry.
I think I'm comfortable with that language. I will say we currently have the language in our statute that requires us to facilitate the issuance of a license, and no one really knows what that means in terms of implementing. So if there is an opportunity, I think to clarify exactly what that means to facilitate a license. I think the language, the procedure shall include, it works for us. But I think it has created confusion when we've implemented this statute in the past.
It's fine with me if it's fine with everybody else.
I'm good with it as long as it's consistent, you know, the substantially similar language is consistent across all of the statutes, right? So,
Yes.
Yes.
I get confused, you know, where we use commensurate, where we use substantially similar. And I know that was a pretty substantial debate earlier. But so as long as it's the same and we don't have this other, you know, we don't create some other sense of confusion by like just non exactly the same language.
So would it make sense to change those 2 words to commensurate, as we've put that in 1385 already?
I think it should be consistent with 1385.
Say again, sorry.
I think it should be consistent with 1385.
So that's on line 5. We would remove substantially similar and put commensurate, right? Starting with line 2 at the end. Right. And then I have a comment on section 3, the same page, lines 16 and 17. Procedure for issuing digitally verified licenses. Is clause 3, starting with line 8, is that all in the? Okay. So we should probably put everything from the procedure down to the very end, or is that?
I'm just verifying here.
Yeah, and I think that gets at Lindsay's comment about how do we do this? And this says do it by rules, right? I mean, essentially that's what that said.
Yes, I think you could just add a requirement that we adopt procedures, essentially copy the language that's in 485 right now and just give us that rulemaking obligation.
So yeah, there's some slight differences. So on 485, on page 3 on line 10, it says what constitutes military education, training, or service acceptable for blah, blah, blah. But in what we approved in 1385, it says for what constitutes commensurate military education, training, or service. So and then it does refer to 337G7I, which is one of the main things we wanted to make sure we didn't miss. So that language is a little different. B, C, and D on 485 aren't in our
Amendment.
1385 amendment. Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know if those are needed or not, Director. If that's something you have elsewhere, or if I. So that would be lines 12 through 17 on 485, page 2.
So I think arguably we already have rulemaking authority for B, C. We probably already have it for D. Our rulemaking authority is pretty broad with respect to procedures. I think if it were me and I were just gonna do this, what I would do is I would, obviously 1385 is moving forward. I would do a repeal and replace, or an amendment to replace the entirety of 485, and basically just establish another provision under 31016, setting forth exactly what a digitally verifiable license is, a requirement that the office make available or use digitally verifiable licenses, at least for military service members, and then give the office rulemaking authority. And I think that would accomplish Senator Carson's intent, assuming she would be agreeable to moving in that direction. I think that would be the cleanest route, as opposed to trying to crosswalk this and make sure that there aren't any conflicts.
So saying that, do you want to help us write the the amended version of 485?
I can certainly do that. And I know, and I'm happy to talk to Senator Carson too about that, to make sure she would be comfortable with that approach.
Right. So in summary, what we're saying is we're going to add on page 2, from line 2 to line 7, that paragraph. And then we're going to give the OPLC office clarity on the procedure for issuing digitally verified licenses. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, and I would just make sure we have rulemaking authority to flesh that out.
Okay.
And then there's one more piece.
Yep.
So on the second page of what I handed you, if you recall, when this came through the committee, the history of this is that 332 G7 requires all boards to create a crosswalk and a matrix, and they haven't done it. So Director Courtney said that OPLC would pick up that responsibility, and guaranteed rules would be done within whatever frame we put in under the boards that were for the boards that are under OPLC, which leaves a few boards outside of that. We didn't put that amendment in 1385 because it was too late. We didn't change that. So the second page that I handed you is what we had agreed on, I think, between General Perry and Director Courtney, about an amendment to cover the boards that are not under OPLC. So this would be an addition to 485 then.
So you're
Right.
talking about clause 4?
Yes. If it ends up being 4 at that point, but yes.
Right. I remember that conversation. Does anybody have any comments on that? No? Okay.
And I don't think, Director, there's no reason that some of those lines are bold particularly. I think that was my error.
All right. So does anybody else have any comments? Because if not, I think we've done our work for the subcommittee. Yes.
So there was some concern in the committee about whether a digitally verifiable licensing piece was necessary, and I think the senator wants that, but is someone here that can explain exactly what that is? Because the director had said we have some capability already, or is it not a thing I need to worry about?
So I do think that Representative McGuire made a few comments, and there's a desire to have that better fleshed out
Mm-hmm.
as to what exactly that entails. I'm not the person to be able to do that, so if
I mean, Merit is very happy to present what this looks like. We've been working very closely with a number of other states, to include Kansas, Rhode Island, Illinois, on what this looks like and what shape that could take. So we could definitely organize something for either the subcommittee or for yourself or both in terms of what that could potentially look like for you. So we're more than happy to do that.
Okay. Great.
I think it would be helpful to have some language, essentially, you know, if the office is going to have an obligation to have a system or software or whatever that may be, I think we need to have that better defined in statute. And so is there some language that you could send me that I can include in the draft proposed amendment that would better define what is meant by a digitally verifiable license?
I actually already made a note to get you some to take a look at. So as soon as we're finished here, I'll be in touch with my people, and then I'll pass it along to Eric to provide to you.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's just, and I think what, you just go back to lay people, right? To not experts in licensing, but just a definition, right? I think that's what we're looking for, a definition of digitally verifiable license. That's really what we're looking for, right? I think that's the question
Yes.
you asked.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
Speaking a different language.
Want to make sure that the question that was
So I just want to confirm then what we'll do is we'll have an amendment for next Wednesday on the 17th. We'll have a very short subcommittee meeting where we can agree on the amendment. And thanks everybody for your work and your dedication for coming today.
Sorry, Representative Brown. Chair McGuire is in Senate EDNA at the moment, so she asked me to get the public hearings going. So it being 10 o'clock, I'm going to open the public hearing on SB 599 and welcome Representative Grota to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senate Bill 599 is relative to the state fire code. You might know that the building code is a bill that we passed in the House in our committee recently, and the state fire codes are independent of the building codes, and that's why they require a separate bill. And I'm here just to introduce the bill, and I'm sure there are other people here who could speak about it more aptly.
Thank you very much. Sean Toomey.
Good morning. Sean Toomey, the State Fire Marshal, for the record. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. So as Representative mentioned, the State Fire Code is separate from the building code. We are currently in the 2018 edition of the State Fire Code. Our goal is in the codes, as we've heard, is to stay one code cycle behind. We are looking to move forward with the 2021 codes, which would be NFPA 1 and 101 at this point. Do you want me to pause?
Okay. Yeah, I knew you were busy, so Jackie just introduced it, so you're good.
I'll finish it for you.
Sorry, Mr. Toomey.
No
Continue.
problem. So we're, as I said, going to the 2021 edition of the codes. The Board of Fire Control and my office have worked together with stakeholders to look at necessary amendments. There was public hearings with the Board of Fire Control, and we had several carry forward amendments, and then I'll go over a couple other amendments that we're doing. They were heard in public hearing, passed. We moved it to the legislative advisory on building and fire codes, and received support from that committee, and then moved it to a bill. So a couple of the highlights for the moving from the 2018 to 21 in the requirements for restaurants and bars, in the assembly occupancy, so anything over 50 people. The 21 codes, we're going to get much more aggressive on the requirements for sprinklers. So anything over 50 would require a sprinkler system for even a small restaurant. And so what we did was we chose to keep it the same as what we are today, and no change from the 2018s. We thought that would be an unnecessary burden on folks in New Hampshire to try to have to sprinkle like a small diner or something like that. Similarly, on daycares, all new daycares were going to be required to be sprinkled, and instead of regardless of size and things like that. So we kept it to maintain the same requirements under the 2018 chapter. There were some requirements that came into play, and there's a fight about portable generator spacing. And then you can read anywhere from 5 feet up to 20 feet of the distance between a portable generator away from a house. We know we want people not to run their generators in their homes, in their garages, because of their fear of carbon monoxide poisoning. So you can run a stationary generator about 5 feet from your house, but we thought it was a little bit unnecessary to say that to force someone to go to 20 feet. Most of the people that have the preset cord sets are not set up to go that distance, so then people would be doing some funny stuff electrically, which we thought would be add risk. So we're going to keep the distance as it is in the 2018 codes, and just encourage people to get them as far away from their homes and window openings and door openings as we can to minimize any dangers around carbon monoxide protection. So maintaining what we have is the kind of the trend. I would tell you that the biggest amendment that we dealt with is the issue about residential sprinkler protection for existing dwelling units up to four. So we've had the exemption for sprinklers for 1 and 2 family homes on the books for quite some time. We're seeing a lot of inquiries lately. Think the old Main Street buildings that were once all residential. Somewhere along the line, they went to a commercial, like a business use on the first floor, and now they're looking to go back to residential and maybe adding 1 or 2 units on that first floor where there's 2 above, say. That would require the whole building to be sprinkled, which was pretty difficult to do in a lot of cases. In some cases, if there was municipal water, it costs more money to get into the street to get to the water than it would be to sprinkle the entire building. and there's not room to put tanks and pumps and things like that. So what we decided to do is say that for up to 4 units on a existing building, it just needs to meet the existing apartment chapter. So it would be very unlikely that it would require a sprinkler unless there's some really weird, unique circumstances. They're trying to stuff something on like in an attic or down in a basement with no windows or something like that. But generally speaking, this would allow conversions of 4 units to not have to add sprinkler systems and just meet the existing chapters. So that was probably the most debated one, but I think we got to a good compromise. We balance life safety, we meet the existing codes, so we have a benchmark for safety, I think, there. The rest of it, amendments were carry forward amendments and some cleanup of existing. You remember crop mazes we pulled out quite some time ago. We removed Board of Appeal language and let that fall back to the locals. We maintained some language on the frequency of existing inspections. In the 2018, they came up with a schedule of required inspections. So last year we took it out, figuring that that should be a decision for the locals based on staffing and decisions that the town makes. But the guidance was there. We did some last year or 2 years ago. We did some language on solar to help make it easier to put solar on roofs in New Hampshire. We've maintained that language. So there's a lot of kind of maintaining existing. So I can go through it all, but I can share it in an email if you'd like, the little bit more of the detail. And I'm happy to answer any questions. But so that's kind of the highlights. I hope we can support moving forward to the 2021. It helps us keep pace with the technology, keeps us in pace with that kind of staying 3-year behind cycle. So happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You briefly went over the catching up with the technology, solar, and those caught my attention. Have you also looked at the storage batteries that the residential component that, not just multi-unit, but also single family with that? Has there been any adjustment to presence of backup battery, solar, other components that have added to the mix?
Sure, thank you. So we did adopt, I'm trying to see you, but the thing's in the way. Sorry. We did adopt NFPA 855 as part of the package in the last cycle, which addresses commercial and it has a residential component for energy storage systems. It asks typically to have like a 5/8 sheetrock 1-hour rating in whatever space you're putting the battery storage, which is most of the time people putting them in garages, and that would historically be sheetrocked anyways if you have up against living quarters. So we do have some guidance. I will tell you it's not caught up with some of the current concerns around lithium-ion batteries in general, but I think we're in a good spot at this point in time for that. We do have guidance on the books.
Follow up.
So to follow up to that, has the firefighting techniques have adopted to putting out battery fires?
So that wouldn't be in the code where we're learning a lot as a fire service about batteries. And there's a lot of studies going on nationally about batteries. What we do know is it typically takes much more water and more time. The batteries, if they get into that thermal runaway state, they don't typically want to go out. So we know what's going on. It's a more challenging fire, and I think that we've done a pretty good job in New Hampshire about educating that through the Fire Academy, messaging through my office, and through the New Hampshire Fire Chiefs Association and the professional firefighters. We're just sharing out as much information as we can to keep our firefighters safe in the state.
Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have there's a proliferation of what we call ADUs or additional dwelling units in legislation and in practice. What, if anything, do you or do we need to be thinking of as more and more of these alternative structures to be residing in as they become more popular, more more prevalent, is there anything we need to do to adjust our fire codes or to alert local fire stations of how to manage a fire and something like that?
Thank you. So I think we're in relatively good shape on the fire code side of things. Like the things that come to my mind in those situations are working smoke and carbon monoxide alarms and means of escape, right? Just like in the home, hopefully that we're living in now, and our fire codes currently address that pretty well. I think the only potential challenge might be is the requirement for the sprinkler system, and I think if we're in one dwelling unit and we add an ADU for, say, a family member, something like that, 1 to 2 is easy. We're covered. I think the amendment that's before us right now to go up to 4 units would help alleviate the cost around sprinklers, but then still keep us safe because it follows our existing codes. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Grota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Fire Marshal Toomey, you offered to send to us a summary of the changes, and if you could kindly do that, I'd appreciate it.
I would
Thank
happy
you.
to do that. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. I think I heard you say in passing something about changes related to a Board of Appeal. What was that about?
Yeah. So in the NFPA 1, which is part of the fire code, it spells out a Board of Appeals process, and we've taken that out so it can be dealt with at the local level. Someone can still come to a variance to my office and then appeal it through the Building Code Review Board. So we still have that side of the process. We're not removing any of that. It's more of the local Board of Appeals process. So we've reserved that for the locals.
Just follow up.
Follow up.
So was there a requirement before for some local Board of Appeals in addition to the state?
There's other language on appeals in different parts of the statute now. So there's a requirement for building code appeals boards at the local level, and typically it will go through there. Sometimes that's a board of selectmen, sometimes that's a zoning board, right? There's another bill that's here. I think it's part of the next bill that will have if the code appeal stuff goes to like a ZBA, instead it would potentially go to the Building Code Review Board for someone that would be more familiar with the code process rather than someone that doesn't have familiarity with the code process. So there's local systems in place. It was just trying to not have overlap or conflicting documentation. That's been out for a long time.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Goldie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. Just one quick question. This deals with all the amendments as of September 20th. There hasn't been any other after that, has there, that we need to include?
Correct. We haven't done any additional amendments at this
Thank you.
time.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there any metrics to determine if increasing the stringency of the fire code is decreasing property damage and deaths, or is just something we feel we need to do because everyone else is doing it? I'm just curious.
So that's a tough one, right? NFPA is probably the National Fire Protection Association is probably the best to track historical data, which is based on incident reporting from the local fire departments. And in many cases, code changes we can see is a steep decline in dollar loss and injuries and deaths. And there's charts for each of the different occupancies. On the sprinkler requirement, which I think that bill is going to come to you guys at some point. There's a separate bill on the sprinkler for 3 and 4 family. One of the decision points on why we chose to do the 3 and 4 family is that curve has essentially been flat when you did the sprinkler versus when the sprinkler requirement came in. When smoke alarms came into play in the 70s, we saw a steep decline in the deaths around in residential structures. So I think some you see a greater return quicker, and others you don't. But there is some data. I can share the reports with you if you'd like.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I appreciate that. But is this New Hampshire specific, or this is more national based?
New Hampshire national base. We haven't drilled into that local. It's something we're starting to start working on now. We have a part-time data person. They barely keep up with just shifting the stuff to the U.S. Fire Administration for their stuff. So
I appreciate. I just
yeah.
my personal concern is that this is a major financial burden on some people, and I just want to know that there is actual return versus just.
Sure.
So
yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome. I don't, one of the things we consider obviously in the amendment process and the adoption process is looking at the costs. There's, we don't anticipate, it's very difficult to figure out the exact cost, but unlike the building code and the energy code conversations we've had, right? I can't point to one thing other than the ones we took out, the sprinklers, of saying this is going to be a big increase in cost for developers. If we add for the sprinklers for like the bars and restaurants, that would be a big change, especially in areas in our state that have no municipal water. And the daycares, it would have a big impact on the availability of childcare. And I was half sickish kid with me, but the childcare thing's a big issue, right? So if we add burden to the sprinkler requirement on something that's been pretty safe for years based on data, that's why we backed it off. So I think we do a pretty good job on the fire code side of balancing all those requirements.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Fire Marshal. So, are we seeing kind of a steady situation with fires, or are we seeing that the number of fires is going down as people, for example, one of the things is smoking was a very frequent cause of fires, right? People fall asleep in bed with a cigarette, burn their house down. People's habits are changing a lot. So are we seeing a result? I remember seeing neighbors of mine, they were both smokers. They'd come outside after a while. I'd see them come outside to smoke. Then they stopped smoking. And so can you speak to that issue?
Sure. So generally speaking, I would say fires are down. We see about approximately 12 fire fatalities in New Hampshire each year. Our fire losses in New Hampshire are generally now either heating related or cooking related. And largely when we see the fatalities, it's unfortunately due to lack of working smoke alarms. But heating and cooking tend to be our biggies in New Hampshire. But there is a sort of maybe a little bit of upward trend nationally that we're looking at and concerned with. And it's, we talk about the batteries issues that we're watching closely to see what that's going to do. The changes in construction types and the progression of how fast fires move, changes in furniture and things like that the synthetics burn quicker. So, a lot of these things take time for them to vet out, but I would say generally over the last several decades, we've seen a downward trend in fire loss. The New Hampshire Fire Departments largely respond to medical calls at this point, not fire calls, fortunately, but still busy enough.
Follow up.
So some of that it would be in response to people's habits changing, but also, I know I see I'm online a lot. I see on YouTube, I see a tremendous amount of advertising for all kinds of gear to protect yourself from everything imaginable. And one of the things obviously out there is home, not only smoke detectors, but also fire suppression equipment. And can you differentiate between the difference between individual habits changing? For example, number of smokers is going down, but also stuff like fire extinguishers and so forth. And I see this thing where they got this cloth that you throw on the fire, on the pan that's on fire, right? So new gear. So can you speak to that?
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
we're getting off subject here to the fire code.
I'd agree with that. I'm not sure that's pertaining specifically to the fire code that we're dealing with in the bill. So
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Fire Marshal, for taking my question. Is there anything in this code that would impact the types of fuel that you can use at home and any drive towards incentivizing solar power?
No.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Sure, we'll get there in time. Brendan O'Sullivan, Durham Fire.
Good morning. My name is Brendan O'Sullivan. I'm here from Durham Fire Department, and I support this bill as written, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I think Mr. Toomey got most of them. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, he did. Thank you, folks.
Dave Emanuel, New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs.
What is he? Durham Fire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dave Emanuel. I am the president of the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs, and our goal is to provide leadership, education, and advocacy for the New Hampshire Fire Service. I am also the chief of the Durham Fire Department, and we just wanted to thank you for your consideration, and we wanted to show our support for this bill, mainly because at a local level, it's practical to be one code cycle behind, and not further than that, because the technology changes. And it's important that our state paces the national codes and best management practices, and it does impact us on the local level. And on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs, we support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Philip Sherman, Building Code Review Board. Yeah. Oh, it is. So it is. And so is this one. Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, is this going to subcommittee?
I don't believe so. Good. No, I think we're probably good.
Okay.
Is there anybody else who would wish to speak on SB 599? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we'll move over to executive session on SB 599. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move out of pass on Senate Bill 599.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Goldie. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Grotto?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I believe that several comments that were made today were appropriate to this bill. First of all, we've agreed to stay one code behind on the fire codes, and this will put us exactly where we need to be. The other is that the codes and the ratification and revisions were considered in lieu of the business climate and the residential needs of the people of New Hampshire. So with those two important, and I like the fact that the Board of Appeal was moved to a local level. So these are all reasons why we should adopt this bill.
Thank you, Representative Goldie. Would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Representative Grota covered it all. Just want to thank the Fire Marshal for those amendments coming forward. I think they'll help out the small businesses here in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Anybody else like to say anything? Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo that. I think it's really important, and I thank you all for taking into consideration the cost to businesses and to residents of the state for the position we're in right now. So thank you for that.
Yes, Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo my colleagues and also add to it that as the technology and as the society is changing with the new technologies, new tools available for residential as well as commercial, keeping an eye on the battery storage and not saying we are not going to go there, but keeping an eye on the growth and economic development. I second that. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to comment? Seeing none, the motion is ought to pass on SB 599, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manchapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nay.
The motion passes 15-0. Do I have anybody opposed to consent? Seeing none, we'll put that on the consent calendar. And we've got about 3 minutes until our next hearing. And Mr. Toomey, if you wouldn't mind still sending out that email, that would be great.
have in our state building codes. It was a hard-fought bill, a lot of compromise, and it eventually passed, and the governor signed that particular bill into law. But what happened was there was a window between the time it was signed into law and the time that it became effective. And what I discovered, because it was brought to my attention, that some municipalities took advantage of that time frame, that a couple of months, and passed a lot of local ordinances concerning the state, their version of the state building code. In my opinion, that was something that was not appropriate. The bill was signed, it just had not taken effective. And I felt that the municipalities that did this took an unfair advantage of that time period, especially when we were working on the bill and they had come in and asked for that time period, not to have it take effect immediately. So that's one reason why I filed Senate Bill 437. I felt it was entirely inappropriate for them to do this. The other thing, and if you remember about that original legislation, what it did was it said, look, you can adopt these local codes, but if you're going to do that, before you put them on a ballot or you adopt them, submit them to the State Building Code Review Board. They can look at them. They can't tell you that you can't adopt them. But as you know, the State Building Code Review Board, they're responsible for putting all of these together. And anyone, builders, electricians, plumbers, they look at that because those are the building codes. And if a municipality is going to go beyond that, they should also know that as well. And the State Building Code Review Board is the clearinghouse. It's the place where people go to find information. So, you know, again, that's why that original bill was filed. So, let me talk a little bit more about this bill. The main purpose of this bill and the accompanying amendment is to clarify the RSAs that are in place now with regards to following the state building code so that it follows the intent of the legislature at the time it was passed. This bill requires all local ordinances amending the state building code to comply with the procedures in law for review and approval of additional local regulations to the state building code. Excuse me. It also closes loopholes, allowing for entire codes to be adopted with disregard to the most recently adopted state building codes. Now, all of you know, because we have a bill in ED&A concerning an update of the building code, state building codes. We are 2 years behind. This is something that the Senate ED&A and House ED&A at the time agreed upon, because what was happening, they were lagging far beyond 2 years. And there were some serious ramifications for that lag, including higher insurance costs on buildings because they were not building, especially commercial buildings, were not being built to updated codes. And because of that, it was costing people who own commercial buildings more money in their insurance for the buildings. So between your chair and myself, who chaired Senate ED&A at a time, we created a method, and it's worked. There's no fighting, there's no arguing. They work it out, and then they come to the legislature with what they've worked on. And this committee has passed them, as well as Senate ED&A. So, again, I digress a little bit because I was really kind of concerned at the brazen behavior that had occurred during that small time period where some municipalities just adopted state building codes, the whole thing, an updated version. That is contrary to what this legislature adopted. We know that the building codes come through here. So anyway, there's also consistency in wording and location. When looking at the bill, there were a few locations throughout New Hampshire's RSAs that touch on the requirements which allow adoption of additional codes or amendments. This particular bill attempts to make the wording consistent and then simplifies where to find the wording in the law. By using RSA 474:51 and 47:22, both which define the authority given to local municipalities, these two sections define the intent, and then it simply refers any other locations where this authority is mentioned back to them. Again, it's about the consistency. And it also assists the fire marshal to comply with recent legislation. It will aid the fire marshal's office to accomplish the task it was given by recent legislation, which is to catalog and list all local city, town, and municipal amendments on the BRBC's website, which is the Building Code Review Board. This bill will accomplish this by effectively hitting the reset button and allowing for a fresh start for the process. The amendment was a collaborative effort from many of the stakeholders, and I hope that this amendment will address their concerns. I will, at this point, conclude my testimony, and if you have any questions, I will try to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Lekis.
Thank you, and welcome, Senator. So first of all, and I'm hoping the answer to this is no, but does this allow, and separate from the issue of the gap and what was done during the gap, does this allow municipalities to make any amendments to the building code that were not, they can't do under current law? Does it expand that in any way?
No. What this bill does is it looks at that gap period and basically says, no, you shouldn't have done that, and make them go through this process that was outlined in the legislation that was signed, but it hadn't taken effect yet.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up.
Okay, and the way I read it, and again, I'm looking for confirmation, a municipality could not adopt a whole chunk of a building code. For example, I don't know what the Senate's going to do or if they've acted on it, but we chose not to adopt the new energy code.
Mhm.
And I mean, as I read it, a municipality couldn't decide on their own they were going to do that. Is that correct?
Because that original legislation is in effect, they can't do that.
Okay.
They're in EDNA now on the Senate side. We're hearing that, and we've been getting a lot of email concerning that particular issue, and I believe an amendment is going to be presented to Senate EDNA this morning.
All right, well, that's not in this bill, but, and finally, one final follow-up.
Follow-up.
You're referring to amendment. I assume that's the Senate amendment?
Yes.
That the Senate adopted. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. Something you said that commercial buildings will have cost more to insure because they weren't built to the current building standards.
Yes.
So the responsibility is falling on the state for that. Wouldn't that oversight be to the architects or the project managers? I'm a little confused.
Okay, thank you for the question. We have the statewide building code, which sets a standard for how buildings are supposed to be built here in New Hampshire. There's the board, which is made up of people from all different industries, and they actually go through these things. And under the system that Representative McGuire and I created, they go through this and they come up with what they want us to do. Because prior to this, we would get a code book that was like this thick, and there was no way that we could actually go through that. So we put the responsibility on them to go through that and to then present updates to the legislation. And Representative McGuire and I had thought the best place to start would be in-house ED&A. You have more members. You have subcommittees that could go through this and look at it. So by the time we got it in the Senate, there might be a few tweaks here and there. But really the board, I mean, we listen to the board and what their suggestions are, and we debate and discuss what they're proposing. Did I answer your question?
I might be wording it incorrectly. I'm just a little confused how that operates, but thank you.
Representative Lekos?
If I could help, and this is, I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at, but the question would be, is there anything that would prevent a business that wants the lower insurance to require that the building be built to some newer or higher building code?
Thank you for the question. It's my understanding they could do that on their own. The state building code is kind of like a skeleton or a floor. I mean, a municipality can add, but all that original legislation just said, look, run it through the state, the building code review board, and they're going to take a look at it. And then they can say, whoa, what you're doing doesn't even meet the floor, and ask them to go back and take a look at it. But if a municipality wants to go beyond that, all that legislation said was, we're going to look at it and then we're going to send it back to you. And it was to really assist the fire marshal in putting together these codes, that there be one place where anyone can go, any contractor, developer, to know, in this particular town, this is what you have to do. Because part of the problem was the state, there were so many different places in the state that were doing different things. And developers, contractors, it took them a long time to be able to gather that information to know, well, I'm just going to use the town of Epsom, they have to do things this way, rather than the town of Londonderry requires something different.
Right.
So it's about conveying that information.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Grota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carson, I just want some clarification. So what you had said was that any municipality who had taken advantage of that window
Mhm.
would need to submit their ordinances.
Yeah.
The changes.
Mhm.
And it says that any ordinance shall be submitted to the State Building Code Review Board. I'm on page 3, line 18 and 19, for review and confirmation. Is that terminology, does that mean something? What does that mean by, well, review, but confirmation, I'm just trying to figure out what the consequences will be for those municipalities who have used that window, and then they do submit the information to the Building Code Review Board. And then if the I'm just trying to find out what the consequences will be for that community, for the municipality who took advantage of that time.
Thank you for that question. I have not reviewed the original bill. I haven't gone back, but Mr. Sherman is here from the Building Code Review Board, and I think he could answer that. I don't believe I put penalties in here. It's just, we're just saying, look, send them to the Building Code Review Board and have them take a look at it. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
William McKinney, New Hampshire Building Officials. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is William McKinney. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. We represent roughly 200 code officials throughout the state. We also have membership from licensed design professionals such as architects, engineers, and as well as contractors around the state.
Would you mind speaking just a little bit closer to the mic?
I can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Is that better? Thank you. So Senate Bill 437 helps to clarify and limit the authority for local communities to amend the state building code. And for that purpose, NHBOA supports the bill. This helps to move away from when communities start to adopt entire codes and really start to amend the state building code, it moves us away from the intent, the original intent of 155A, RSA 155A, which is the statewide building code. And we start to end up with pockets and islands of different codes. And if you recall, prior to the statewide building code being adopted, that was the biggest concern from developers, was that you didn't know what code you were working under, depending upon what community you were building in. And so RSA 155A was adopted to address that issue in the state of mixed codes all around. So we should have one statewide building code. It still preserves the right for the communities to adopt more stringent provisions, which means as a code official, you would need to look at the code specifically, look at the section that you have a concern with, and propose an amendment to that that may be more stringent than the building code. And then that would have to be reviewed by the Building Code Review Board. This is a process that's been adopted for several years now. There were a few communities that did find a way that they could put their code amendments through before an effective date of the last legislation. And for that, we support what is being proposed here in SB 437. We do have concerns, however, with page 2 from lines 28 through 37 and page 3, lines 1 through 8. As far as the retroactive effectiveness of some of the provisions there, such as if you have adopted legal, even through the legal process, have adopted, that those amendments may basically become ineffective. It's a concern. I wouldn't say it should be a deal breaker, but it's something that I think we should look at and legally make sure that, you know, no community can come through and file suit against that. So with that, I would say that I would ask support from this committee for Senate Bill 437 and help close up some of the loopholes that we currently have in our process. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Fitzpatrick.
I'm going to follow up on what Representative Grota was brought up with the previous speaker. On page 3, lines 4 and 5. Upon withholding of confirmation of a submitted local amendment by the state fire marshal, local amendments shall not be enforced. What does that mean?
That would be the specific language that, you know, members of our association are concerned with. That also shows up under the building code piece of it as well. So what that would say is that if for some reason the Building Code Review Board finds that anything that was adopted, even if it's through the legal process, doesn't comply with this RSA, then you could no longer enforce that. And I think that opens the door to a legal battle that I don't have enough knowledge about.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Because enforced by who? By a state fire marshal, by the local building codes?
It would not be enforceable by the local community.
Further follow up, and would probably also lead to adjudication by developers, and it could just be a mess, it seems to me.
Again, that particular section of this does cause us some concern. The rest of the bill is well crafted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So was this issue already raised in the Senate? Representative Fitzpatrick's question.
Yes, sir, it was. It was raised in the one of the hearings at the Senate, and again, it's here. I can't speak to the legal results of that, but I would say that, you know, some of those communities that have adopted through the process that was available to them may question the being able to have retroactive action.
So is this bill going to the Senate subcommittee?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm late. The Senate was working on. I just barely got out of the Senate. Do you think it should go to subcommittee?
Maybe we should hear from everybody else first to see if it gets cleared up, but.
Yes, but I know that Mr. McKinley will work with the subcommittee if there is one.
I mean, if this issue has already been raised, the Senate has made a decision, then we certainly have to look at whether we think this is a workable situation or a good solution or whatever. And Chairman Sherman is probably going to testify on this. Is he got card?
He does. Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
good.
Maybe we
Let's explore
we'll
this.
hear everybody out and then we'll make a call from there.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Isn't this totally opposite of what New Hampshire does? Usually the local control is very top priority. And so in this particular instance, the local control is taken away and state controls it. So is that normal or not?
Thank you. And that's a very good question. I don't believe local control is being taken away at this. I believe it is limiting what the local communities can do to, massage the state building code. RSA 155A, when it was adopted, and I believe was early 2000s, had the limit in that the communities could adopt more stringent provisions of the state building code or adopted codes. It never had the intent or never had the language in it that you could adopt an entire code. Communities have gone through and adopted entire codes and then put in the provisions in their ordinance that says, oh, unless the state building code is more restrictive, then you have to follow the state building code, knowing that there may be provisions in the code that they've adopted that are less stringent than the state code. So what this does is prevents communities from adopting an entire book of code without going through the process of vetting that code to make sure that there's nothing in there that's less stringent than the state code.
Follow up.
A follow-up? So you're just confirming my confusion as to if it is if the local communities adopt a less stringent code than state, that's not allowed. But if local communities are adopting more stringent than the state, it is okay.
Again, I believe this bill brings back RSA 155's original intent, is that you would need to adopt line by line provisions of the code that you would like to have more stringent.
So, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So going back a little bit to where you were on page 2, line 26 to 37, or let's say line 26 to 35, the first part on line 26, 27, 28. So now I understand what I didn't understand the times I've read this at home. I believe that prior to July 2024 and RSA 155 is that gap that the senator was speaking of, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then going down to line 33 to 35, it has that same language that Representative Fitzpatrick mentioned on the next page. Line 33 to 35 is for the building code changes, whereas on page 3, it's for changes to the fire code. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. And would it make sense that when it says shall not be enforced, that would not follow the normal enforcement processes of the local body?
Again, there are at least 2 communities, I believe, that followed a legal process that was in effect at the time. And the question would be, and maybe it just needs clarification from, the legal experts here in Concord, of whether retroactively not allowing them to enforce that if they had adopted that prior to July 1, 2024, if that's legal or not. And that is our only concern. And I believe it affects, truthfully, 2 communities in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we know what those 2 communities are?
Excuse me?
What are the 2 communities?
The 2 communities that would be of concern would be Durham and Portsmouth.
See,
Excuse me.
Representative McGuire.
Mr. Greenland, if you could get with our legal team and find out what is with that issue. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
I would, if I could, sir. I'd like to
Sure.
express Representative Gerhard's question about insurance and insurance ratings that he asked Senator Carson.
Maybe if you could do it afterwards with him individually, that would probably be better.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. I thank you for your time.
Gary Abbott, Associated General Contractors.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I represent commercial and industrial contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 437. I was here years before when we supported the original legislation that talked about filing amendments. There really is two major benefits for my industry with this bill and the clarification. What this bill is just re-clarifying that when municipalities make amendments to the code, it gets filed with the Building Code Review Board. They review it to make sure it's not in conflict, which is great for us, that it gets filed and therefore is an easy resource for the industry to go there and look at what the differences are with specific cities and towns. Now, when the first legislation drafted this, there becomes some unclarity of how this would work in totality, and many communities didn't file. So the resource right now for us is not totally there. Not all the communities are participating in filing their amendments. Now, I will tell you the other issue for us is I'm still mystified. I was around back when we adopted the statewide building codes. So we went from towns having their own building codes to the state. And the reason for that is most towns were behind in the code, and the industry and others were saying, we can't be 10 years back in a code. So the codes got moved up. Today, I find it very interesting that we're talking about towns who go beyond the code, when in fact, like right now, we're about to adopt the 21 code. So the amendments that have been filed are against the 2018 code. Well, guess what? Those amendments aren't going to work for a town when we adopt the 21 code if they amended the 18, because the 21 language is going to be different. So there's a lot of work for cities and towns to do to make sure their amendments match. And I think this bill tries to clarify some of that, because some of those amendments may not make sense anymore because they don't match up with the new 21 code that we're adopting. So I want to put that on the table. Really, towns are putting themselves through a lot of work to amend a code that, with our being one cycle back, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But if a town does it, this bill kind of outlines that process, that they go to the Building Code Review Board. And here comes the second most important for us. We wanted to reduce the number of future municipal code conflicts. That's where we get into trouble. We try to build a building and you have a municipal code that's different than the state building code, and we end up in a mess trying to build a project. So that's the second reason we really like this bill, is it tries to do that. We're getting on track. The chairman and others and Senator Carson over the years have done a great job of getting this building code in the adoption of amendments, the adoption of the code being 1 year behind. I think this puts structure to those local amendments to be filed. And again, we're not saying the town can't do this or can adopt an individual amendment to the code. The problem is in one section, you're probably gonna highlight adopting completely different codes, and whatever it could be, that would be a huge conflict for us because it doesn't match. It completely takes out what everybody's trained to do. So this bill tries to put in guardrails, and I put it as guardrails, to keep everybody moving in the same direction. And then we work on the next code, and the Building Code Review Board and the experts work on it. So I think this bill, there may be a little fuzzy things now, but it's nowhere near how fuzzy the one we had already passed. This bill clears up a lot and sets in the guardrails for the future. So we're here in total support of this new language that helps give it guidelines for cities and towns, because the other issue that this addresses, if it's filed, we know it is a legally approved amendment by the town. We don't want somebody just changing a building code that hasn't gone through the process with the town to get it legal and then get it filed when it goes to the state. So there is a couple of things that this does for us. So we're here in total support of this amendment that you've got, and would appreciate and like to have you guys ought to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah, Representative Schmidt and then Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you heard Bill McKinney just now talk about his issues. I'm sure that's not something you never heard of before. So what's your position on his reservations?
Well, I think his reservations are, and this is just, I don't want to offend him at all, but it's more on the minor side of, you know, what happens when your amendment is no longer matching up with what the new code is. I think that's where it's putting in language to say that amendment doesn't apply anymore. It's got to go away somehow. And I think that's what's in here. It's not intended to go away like we're ignoring it, but it has to go away in some process. And I don't think this is the end all. I imagine in the future, you're going to deal with some of those issues as we get more clarity. But I think this is a great step forward.
So if it goes to the subcommittees, it may, you guys going to be available to help us work this out?
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, I'm 100% in favor of statewide building codes, and I could even be convinced that that local governments don't have the ability to adopt anything more stringent. But I'm having a very difficult time being told that local governments can adopt building codes more stringent when I'm reading again on page 3, lines 4 and 5 and 6, that local governments don't have that ability. So could you help me understand what I'm not seeing?
I guess I would prefer the two experts that are in the room.
Okay, so you can't answer my question.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
prefer to, the whole enforcement issue from the fire marshal and the other, it might be appropriate with those answering the question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to building codes for multifamily with the housing crisis, more like 150 to 100 units, that would be more commercial, correct?
Correct.
So how does that impact if the building codes that the state laid out is 3 to 4 years behind? We are adopting just now 2021. We are in 2024.
Well, there's when you get into codes, there's rules like when it becomes effective in a grace period for those that are in the process of developing those large projects to get it approved and going so they don't have to make the adjustment to the latest code. But at the same time, most contractors they know when these codes are coming. They know through guys like me that we're updating the codes to the 21 code.
I hadn't finished my question in terms of how would it impact not just the insurance, but also financing, investor financing, if the basic code is not available in a state. For example, CPACE is not available, then the funding, which can cover 30 to 40% of a large building, will not come in to the state to provide the investment. So how would that offset, or is there a provision for developers to meet that?
I guess I don't think this bill does anything regarding that. This really deals with just amendments by the municipality to the statewide building code. It doesn't really go into the code change and the financial impact.
I think that's fair. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Philip Sherman, Building Code Review Board. Now that we're on 437, not 599.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Sherman, I'm the chair of the Building Code Review Board. Speak in support of SB 437 as amended. I have some prepared remarks, and then I can cover some of the questions that are sort of outstanding here. So first, local governments have been required to provide their local amendments to the Building Code Review Board for posting on the website for a long time now. A total of 5 municipalities have done so. We have a problem here. The requirement to submit all code amendments and their enabling ordinances for review does not raise the bar for any amendments. This is information that was supposed to be submitted in the past anyway. The additional prohibition on adopting later editions of the model codes included in the state building code attempts to resurrect the original intent that the state building code would apply statewide with limited amendments, but not that entire codes would be replaced by the municipality. We can't have it both ways. Either we have a statewide building code, or we pretty much go back to a time prior to 2002 where every town and city does whatever they want. Having multiple codes in effect is problematic at a number of levels. Electricians, plumbers, gas fitters, and others answer to licensing boards and the continuing education requirements based on the state building code. Training for building officials is provided based on the current state building code. Frequently, local code adoption and perhaps the amendment process are driven by one or more forceful individuals at a single point in time, then voted on by a small subset of the people impacted by the code, because obviously only residents of that town are voting on it. This bypasses the more democratic process at the state level involving all interested groups, the BCRB, the legislature, and ultimately the governor. The proposed amendment would make existing ordinances adopting later editions of the model codes invalid and makes it clear that adopting most or all of a new code through multiple amendments, hand us 500 amendments to get to a new code, is not permitted. So the existing language is ambiguous. It basically says something to the effect that municipalities can adopt codes that are not in the state building code. The reason that that's there, and it remains, is to permit the adoption of housing codes, property maintenance codes, and things like that, which many of the, at least of the larger cities, have done. And that's not the problem here. The problem is adopting later editions of the codes that are in fact in the state building code. So this proposed bill as amended tries to correct two long-standing problems with the local amendment process. One, as previously testified, the lack of an ability to have a cohesive location, in other words, our website, where somebody can say, here are all the local amendments that apply. And two, this issue of adopting later editions of the model codes, which basically deletes the idea of a statewide building code. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Blekis.
Thank you. Don't want to get into detail on this here, but could you send a link to, if you have it, to at least the municipal amendments or updates to the building code, at least the ones you've been informed of, as you should be. I'd like to get a feel for what kind of things the municipalities are actually trying to do.
I will be happy to work with the state fire marshal in that our website just got restrung to a new system, and I'm still coming up to speed on where various things are. I'll find it for you.
All right, thank you.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Thank you. Is the intent of this bill to only make local changes enforceable if they go through the process of the submission? And let me fit in, but in other words, they're not they won't be enforced if they're not submitted to the office to be reviewed and commented on. But if they are, then they are enforceable. This one, I'm trying to understand this, and
Right.
please.
Let me see if I can parse that out. First, there was a question about review and confirmation. Those were carefully worked out terms when we did the original have the BCRB review these. Prior to that, all they had to do was send them in. We didn't even read them, just post them, but nobody did that. So as of, I think, January of 23, we started to review and confirm these. The reason that those words were used is we have absolutely nothing to say about the technical validity of any of these amendments. All we're looking for is to be sure, one, that they were legally adopted through whatever ordinance process applies, and two, that they're more stringent than the state code, or they're not less stringent, and three, that they don't conflict with the fire code by simply reviewing it with the state fire marshal. So if somebody wants to, tell you you need a 20-foot high ceiling in this room, that's not what we're looking at. All we're saying is the code says 7.6, you say 20, check, on you go. Have a legal ordinance, it doesn't conflict with the fire code, that's all we've done. Furthermore, there are three main areas that we don't even look at, and that's permitting process, fee structures, and certificates of occupancy. So those for many years have been reserved for the local municipalities, and we defined our review ordinance, the part of 155A and 67451, to eliminate those, so you don't have to send them to us. So basically, if the city of Nashua adopted a legal ordinance, all they do is just send us the link and they're done. It's legal, it's there, we'll take a quick peek at it, yep, it's more stringent, or nope, it doesn't apply, and then they're finished. So nobody is coming back and saying that a legally adopted ordinance is no longer valid.
I think just for clarification on that, though, in your example, state building code says 7.5 feet, Portsmouth wants it to be 20 feet. If they don't submit that to you in the process, can they enforce that? Can they still enforce the 20 feet?
That's what this bill is trying to do, is to force them to submit it for two reasons. One, to check the issues, and two, to provide this list of local amendments on the website so people know what they've got to deal with.
So if this were to pass, it would not be enforceable until they came to you.
If they have a legal ordinance, all they have to do is send us to us within 60 days, and they're done. Then we'll look at it, and provided it was legal, no muss, no fuss.
Thank you. All right, I understand what you're doing now. Thank you. I support it, but I do think that this bill needs some clarification in its wording. Thank you.
Representative Mangiapudi and then Representative Lakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned something with the 5 municipalities have adopted or submitted amendment out of 280 some municipalities in state of New Hampshire. Was this the amendment to the code, that state code that they wanted to amend, or what was in relation? I didn't quite get your point on that.
So there are 200 and some odd municipalities. Somewhere around half of those enforce the statewide building code. The others, the statewide code applies, but the towns are not enforcing it. So they don't have any amendments because they're not enforcing it anyway. Of the towns and cities that do have amendments, we don't know how many there were. We only know that 5 of them have sent it to us. So it's this old requirement just to send them for posting that wasn't even being complied with. And we know that there are many more than 5 who have amendments because we can go on the website and look at them.
Representative Mangiapudi, yep.
Thank you. So follow up to that, is this bill clarifying that if they haven't submitted, there's an amendment, there's a penalty or enforcement that they have to submit? Is there provision on this?
This basically forces them to send it to us. It just recycles that process because so many of the municipalities were not not following it anyway. This forces them to send it to us or they can't enforce the thing.
Representative Blekis?
Thank you. So a number of times you're talking about a legal ordinance. For it to be legal, does that mean that it's met those three things that you said you review, or does it mean something else?
We became aware within the last month or so of a town that was using their zoning board of appeals as the building code review, or a building code appeals board, and never had an ordinance to do that. We're much aware of local officials over time, a little less of it now, just saying, this is what I want in my town. So the whole process was intended to say this has to be done through an ordinance that, or, you know, the appropriate legal process to adopt these.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So it's a legal process, even if it, let's say, is less stringent than the existing building code or tries to replace the whole code or the other thing. There was another, no, that was it. Because you said that if they submit it to you within 16 days, as long as it's a legal ordinance, which from what you just said would mean that it's been adopted through some legal process, that they can then enforce it. But the bill, I think, says that it has to be confirmed.
Let's say there was an ordinance adopted that provided for a requirement that was less stringent than the building code, was never legal in the first place.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think we're all concerned about situations where a lack of standards puts people at risk. But aren't the building code officials and like the general contractors, those people also have ethical responsibilities, don't they? So that in the smaller towns where they don't have the necessary infrastructure, regulation-wise and so forth, to oversee it, where it's potentially the, the selectman's brother-in-law who is maybe building things and so forth, where you get sloppiness or failure to comply with safety standards and so forth. But aren't we somewhat protected because the contractors also are supposed to be adhering to codes?
Yes, somewhat.
Somewhat, but it sounds like we're getting more organized, and that's a good thing.
Any other questions? I have just one for clarification. If you could clarify something that was spoken before. If we were to pass this, the governor was to sign it. Ironically, it would probably be about 60 days in between his signing and when it actually takes effect before. Would this make that window that occurred before, would it make those codes, those municipal codes obsolete? Would they have to change them anyway to meet the new code, as was stated earlier?
You have to look at two parts of this. The permitting, the fees, the certificate of occupancy, the Board of Appeals kind of stuff that's reserved for the locals, probably not, because those, while they override some of the stuff that's in the model codes, it's clearly reserved for the locals, and we don't have a lot of problems with that. On the technical side, an amendment is to a code, almost by definition. So once that code is no longer in effect, you need a new amendment.
Is that understood between the localities and the state, though, that they would have to do that?
I can tell you that my cursory review of a few websites have found major cities in the state where websites and presumably ordinances had not been updated even to reflect the current state building code. These things take on a lot of energy and then they go to sleep and people tend to forget about them.
So I guess my final question in that train of thought then is, this would require any new amendments to come to you. Does it state anything about updating old amendments and having those come to you every time the building code is renewed?
The statute as it sits today requires new amendments to come to us. That's since January of 23. I'm having difficulty understanding an amendment that would carry from one edition of a code to the next, because an amendment is an amendment to a version of a code, right?
I agree with you 100% on that. I'm saying, do the localities know that? Do they know that it doesn't transfer? So they make an amendment to the 2018 code, and then we move to the 2021. Does the locality know that their amendment to the 2018 is now obsolete, and they'll have to update it? And you're used to this because you have to do it every couple of years. Municipalities may not be as familiar with the process. Do they know to do that, and is there a way to hold them accountable to doing that?
The Building Officials Association does a wonderful job at education for the people that are within their view. I can't say that everybody gets to that education. And I'm not really familiar with how towns become aware of new RSAs, and whether they read them or not.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sherman.
Thank you.
Sean Toomey?
Morning again. Sean Toomey, State Fire Marshal. For the record, I was trying to hide back there, but the State Fire Marshal came up a few times, so I probably figured it should come up. So we have 4 communities that I just brought it up. 4 communities that are currently listed: Portsmouth, Manchester, Durham, and Amherst. Portsmouth fully adopted a later edition of the electrical code, which has created some conflicts between our currently adopted state electrical code and Portsmouth's, which has created some challenges for electricians. Durham, as we know, adopted the later edition of the energy code. Manchester, in their building code, it's mostly some procedural stuff, and like for the helping to identify what the snow load or the wind load or the seismic requirements are, which I think is helpful information, and that's what their amendment largely does, those types of things. Amherst, just a quick review. Didn't go through the full documents, but talks about some water well testing and PFOA and PFAS and those types of things to try to clarify. So not huge types of items. I'm going to say, in general, the Fire Marshal's Office and Department of Safety is neutral on the bill. I think it's it's up to the general court as how we want to restrict local communities on the scope of what they can and cannot do with the codes. I think we're really talking about 2 communities, as we've already talked about, that have gone way above and beyond. The small changes I think work well. My office, where the questions come up in the past, my office has been asked for the Building Code Review Board and the Board of Fire Control to sort of catalog those. So we're trying to create, and the ask was from the general court, create a one-stop shop. So anyone in the state, whether you're a homeowner, a developer, or a design firm, can find, this is the state fire code, these are the state amendments, and oh, by the way, this is where I find the local amendments, whether you're talking about the building code or fire code. And we've been trying very hard over the last couple of years to try to pull that together. And frankly, it's like a hide and seek game for us. And I think that I think this statute, or the proposed revision and bill, would help clean up some of that stuff and try to really achieve what we're after, is try to help simplify the process. Codes are difficult in its anyways. And if we can help make it easier for the end users, I think that's a win. Happy to be part of a conversation on subcommittee, try to figure out how to navigate and make it better. But I think everyone that's sitting here today is really trying to make it a little bit better, and the process a little bit smoother. And that's what we've been trying to work for I would say, the last 6 years that I've been involved with. So happy to try to answer questions. Just want to try to help frame that a little bit. So sorry, one quick thing on the enforcement side. Probably every other week we get a phone call, sometimes on the building code, definitely on the fire code side, of a fire official wanting to do, like, I want to enforce something. I want smoke alarms to be smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, and have no rhyme or reason to do that, and they want to enforce that. I think the enforcement side of you can't enforce made up stuff unless it's gone through the local process. And then we just do a quick check to say, is it conflicting with the state fire code or not? And similarly on the building code side. So it's not trying to be a stronghold. It's just like trying to make it easier for the end user. That's how I keep coming back to it in my head. So sorry. I think I'm done.
Fine. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Toomey.
you.
Stephen Bittencourt? Electricians?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire and also here representing the ECBA, Electrical Contractors Business Association. Let me start off, if I could, by saying that there was a lot of time and effort put into this bill to try to come up with the right wording with all the interested parties, or most of them, if possible. We didn't just, come up with it. We tried to see how it affected it. As Senator Carson mentioned, it cleans up the bill because it was mentioned what their authority was in so many different spots through the RSAs that there was always different interpretation. This trying to clarifies it and references to it to try to make it easier. A lot of the towns, as far as one of the questions that came up was the how the towns know about it. In talking to Bill McKinney, he mentioned that the New Hampshire Municipal Association is usually where the municipalities get their information, and that the New Hampshire building officials would be glad to provide that updated information to them so they could get it. So that's typically how they get their information. So that, just to answer that question. One of the other issues was it talked about the date. So it talks about July 1st, 2024, I think on page 2, line 27. And that was meant to try to give the fire marshal, to get this on the website, a reset. Like you said, everybody, even those who have submitted before, they don't have to go through the legal process again. They just have to resubmit it because it has to follow what's been an existing law. I think that's probably the most important thing, that this law exists already. And what we find is many or quite a few towns, municipalities aren't aware of this. We had a meeting probably 8 years ago, back when the previous fire marshal, everybody was there, big thing. And it was brought to our attention by the legal counsel from the municipalities that this is the process they're supposed to follow. Nobody really knew that. So we're only trying to, one, make sure they're following the legal process. A lot of them don't even know that. They don't even know the legal process. It has to go through a vote through the town. Like any situation, there's no requirements for inspectors in town, in states, in the municipalities. While many of them are qualified, but there's a lot of them as you get to the, outskirts in the smaller towns and cities that it's, they have volunteer people and help. And sometimes, they'll put an amendment in or something they require because that's what they want. And they don't follow the legal process to make it happen. We're just asking to follow that. We have to follow the law. I would think you would want the municipalities to follow the law in putting these amendments forward. We've all heard of it, I'm sure, but I had one situation, one town where he asked me to do a certain thing for grounding. I showed him the code book where it said I did it proper. I talked to the state inspector, to NFPA representative, and multiple people very high in the industry. They all said I was correct. And then he finally said, well, that's what I want. That makes it very tough for us, right? I mean, honestly, it's just, we just want, like I said, if it's on the website, the State Building Code website, and it's listed there, and we go and we have to bid a job or do something, we can say, oh, this town requires this. Okay, this town requires this. So it does make it easier. It helps make it more efficient and just stops, it from being just what they may want in that particular town for no particular reason. So this is just requiring this is just clearing up that requirement that they have to do to put forth an amendment in the town itself and trying to give it some sort of oversight with some technical expertise at the State Building Code Board. Sometimes these inspectors might put them through, or the building officials in the town don't have anywhere near the amount of experience that the State Building Code Board has. And it gives them a look over to make sure it's not conflicting, not less stringent than, and then from there. The confirmation process is, if you're going to put in a code and you're going to say, this is what I want, and I have to do that, everybody was concerned about, unless it's confirmed, shall not be enforced. Well, that wording was put in there for just that example. Okay, so this person decides that's what they want, but they didn't go through the legal process. So now I have to follow something that hasn't been done legally. That would be like me saying, well, I think it should be 85 miles an hour on the highway, so I'm just going to go that speed, The law's there, tells them the process to adopt it. And if they haven't gone through that, why should I have to follow their requirement? Once they've gone through the legal process, no problem. So it's trying to clarify that as well. It creates a level playing field for everybody, and it makes it so that what town wants what when it's been adopted. All these, what Senator Carson spoke about was, for years we went through and tried to correct this issue and make it something that was workable for everybody. And we basically, they were years behind with the insurance concern on the codes. And this brought it up to basically the codes try to stay one cycle behind. Now, they're in the process of trying to adopt those other ones, but that one cycle, just for instance, for us, we had issues that came up, and there were, I think, 14 temporary amendments to, like, Massachusetts, let's just say, just to give an example, for our electrical code, because one of the things they required, the manufacturers didn't even make. They were having problems with split systems everywhere that required ground fault protection, anything 250 volt or more, and it was causing issues everywhere, and they had to stop it. So we kind of let them go through that problem. By one cycle behind, they fix those things, and then when we adopt the code, that one cycle behind, you know about the issues, you're either able to address them or not, or they've already taken care of them from the manufacturer standpoint. So that one code cycle behind is very important to let that happen, because a lot of times these codes, in our situation, manufacturers will go to the code making panels and they try to, that's how they sell product, right? We're gonna make you require arc faults or ground faults or, tamper-proof outlets. So this just helps to let those work themselves out if there's no process and stay that one cycle behind. So I hope that the committee would vote in favor of this. There was a lot of time and effort put into it, trying to make the wording. We can definitely make sure that it doesn't cause an issue with shall conform. But that shall conform is just saying, hey, if you didn't follow the process, then you shouldn't be able to enforce it. I would think that the entire committee agrees if you don't follow the law, you shouldn't be able to make somebody do something. So that's where that comes from, and I'll take any questions if needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Chairman. Very quickly. Is there any liability for a building inspector that goes off the reservation and starts making up things?
You can go through the legal process, which is very expensive, to show that you didn't have to follow that, but, I mean,
Yeah.
but
Thank you.
it's not, yeah, it's not easily. This gives you that kind of, some sort of statewide, process to make sure that, for us, if we go to the town too, I can go to a town and they say, hey, I want this. I just go onto the website, I look it up on the fire marshal website, and I can see if they posted their amendments. So it tells me when I'm getting a permit, if this town has actually followed the process. If it's not there, then at least I know I can have a discussion with them about it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on SB 437? The chair gave me the gavel for two bills and we're 16 minutes behind. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and hand the gavel off.
All right, thank you. I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 367, and I call Senator Birdsey.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Regina Bertzel. I'm the state senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here as the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 367. Senate Bill 367 is a continuation of the PTSD commission that I've been chairing for probably the last 4, maybe 5 years, if not longer than that. We've had some pretty recent accomplishments as we put a subcommittee together to start in looking at some standards for what we call the comfort dogs. I'm sure you're aware of Liberty from Concord and Patches from Manchester. Apparently, there is no standard nowhere in the United States do they have a standard for comfort dogs, and New Hampshire is looking to be one of the first ones. We've brought on this subcommittee is the owner of Hero Pups, Laura Barker, and the Manchester Police Department. And Laura Barker, she typically she does all the training and the breeding of the dogs that some of these comfort dogs are used. So we're trying to get some standards put together so they're not confused with some of the comfort dogs, the general comfort dogs that people use on planes and things such as that. We also put in training, a requirement for training on PTSD for our first responders, which would include new hires and and continuing education during during the lifetime of their career, and also at retirement and after retirement, because what we find during that commission, we found that a lot of the first responders after they retire is where PTSD really kind of sometimes kicks in, and that's where a lot of the suicides happen. So we put that, some of the earlier accomplishments we've done is we put in a presumption for PTSD. We also put in put in a bill to allow life insurance for families of first responders who do commit suicide. And also the commission has brought to light some seminars on mental health and resiliency, excuse me, to help change the culture of leadership, because when we first started the commission, we found that there were some standards that leadership wasn't paying attention to the results of PTSD in their employees. So the commission has brought to light some of these issues, and there are some mental health providers along with the firefighters who put together these seminars, which bring the leadership of our first responders in to train them to see some of the PTSD signs. Our target for this next commission, as you can see in the duties, we want to put some options for streamlining the workers' compensation process in order to avoid re-traumatization of first responders with PTSD. So what happens is a lot of times when a first responder goes in to try and claim a workers' comp claim for a PTSD episode, what happens is we found that they are made to interview numerous times throughout the process, thereby compounding the issue. So what we're going to be looking at is trying to allow them to testify once in front of a number of people, so that they can, so they won't be continually having to tell their story on a consistent basis. We're also, my plan is within the next 2 years is to make sure that we do have comfort dog standards. The committee is hopefully doing their work now. Within the next 2 years, we should have some standards, or within the next year, I'm hoping to have some standards on these comfort dogs. In addition, the other thing we want to study is one thing we found when we were in the commission, there's not a lot of data on how many suicides are first responders, and one of the black holes is when you're in. We did find that funeral directors actually do have a lot of the information, but what they don't have is information from, let's say, first responders, part-time volunteers. So we don't have a lot of data on the volunteer and part-timers. So we've talked with the funeral directors. We want to start looking into that and find out what we need to do to allow the funeral directors to start tracking that information, so we have better data as far as the PTSD committed suicides. So with that, I'll try and entertain any questions. I know there's a number of people that would like to speak as well.
Yes, I have a question.
Mhm.
You said that you instituted PTSD training for first responders. How did you do that? In rules?
No, we actually put bills in.
Okay, so you are putting most of this into statute.
Yep.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the importance of data, but in the Commission's duties, I don't see a reference to collecting data. Would you?
That
Yes.
would, so number 3 on page 2, under Roman numeral 2, the addition of part-time volunteer first responder to a funeral director's death certificate drop-down menu. That's part of where we're trying to find the data.
Okay, so you would recommend getting data from other sources, not the state creating data?
Well, no, what we're looking to do is find out what we need to do, because what the funeral directors, we're really directing it at the funeral directors. Because what they do is typically, they have a drop-down menu, and they can choose whether it's a firefighter, but they don't have the different full-time, part-time, volunteer. So we want to look into how we go ahead and have, I think it comes from the archives, the Secretary of State's office. So we want to figure out how we can get that information into the funeral director's drop-down menus so that they can start targeting that. And that'll generate a question from the funeral director to the family. Was your loved one a first responder? If he was he or she, was she a part-time, full-time volunteer? So we can start extrapolating some of that data.
Thank you.
Representative Gerhardt and then Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as standards go for the comfort dogs, has there been an issue of them not comforting correct? I'm a little confused as to what the problem would be. Why would you need a standard for those dogs?
Because these are public owned dogs, basically, and a lot of times what happens is they get confused. These comfort dogs get confused and have a lot more training than, let's say, a dog that would comfort dog that would accompany you on a plane. So we want to make sure that even if we're the first ones in the U.S. to be, because a lot of states have comfort dogs, but there are no regulations and standards, and we want to be one of the first ones to do that. But they go through rigorous training where a lot of the other dogs do not. So we want to make sure that if you're considered a public comfort dog, you have the right training.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for the work you're doing on this commission and the commitment you're putting forward with it. Just a quick question on, I see there's a large group of individuals listed to this. Are they all participating at this time with the commission?
We have had a really good, it's a kind of a well-oiled machine because we've been working together for a number of years, and there's a lot of knowledge on it. So yeah, typically everyone shows up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Blackus.
Thank you. So is the existing commission going away, or is this intended to change something about the current one, or?
Well, by law, we only extend it out for 2 years. We're now kind of in limbo. We're waiting for this one to be extended so we can all get back together
Okay,
again.
thank you.
Okay, Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, thank you for taking my question. Just for clarification, so has the commission lapsed? Like, has there been a 2-year gap, or just like a short gap in between you finished up your first set of work and now you want to start up your next one?
I believe when our final report was due in November, that I think October was our last meeting.
Okay.
So we've had to lapse because we had no authorization to meet.
Great, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Representative Prue.
Representative Mark Prue, Hillsborough 15. Thank you for letting me speak. I'll make it quick. I was on the commission years ago, then I didn't run one term last term. But I did actually go to the commission meetings because I felt it was very important. I've been involved in critical incident stress management, which is pretty much the prevention of PTSD, or trying to do that with a team, state-run team. And I know this commission has upped the standard for the teams in the state, and to the comfort dog. There is specific training for the dogs that work with public safety, and we want to make sure they meet that requirement when they're working with us. So gathering information, putting it out, doing training for first responders, first time ever it became mandatory for firefighters that they actually had to sit and watch the training, right, and get signed off. So awareness is a big part of what we all do. So I do believe this commission is very important and still has a lot of work to do because unfortunately, police, fire, and EMS are committing suicide at a higher rate than Joe Q Public and almost as much as the veterans. So we have a lot of work still to do. And I hope you support us. And I'll take any questions.
I don't see any. Thank you very much. Representative Brown, sorry, we can't.
No,
let
I
it
was a
go
little
on.
slow there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you, so what is, I understand a comfort dog. Well, could you explain it a little bit for me? How's that? Maybe I don't understand it.
And to be honest, I don't understand it all very well myself. I just know that there is certain training for comfort dogs that work with PTSD as opposed to grandma in the nursing home, that they just come around and you can pat the dog and that makes you feel better, as opposed to the comfort dog that can sense that this guy's stressed and goes up to them. They'll pick you right out of a crowd and walk up to you and just patting the dog and the dog being able to understand what's going on with that person to a point, and providing, that care. And it truly is care, right?
Perfect. Thank you.
Manager Pudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is not a personal dog like for diabetes or
No.
autism where, you have
No.
seizure dogs that sense the aura. This is a firefighter will be taking a dog into a crowd or into public, and they will be sensing another individual in public that might be stressed and that might be contemplating suicide.
So there are two different categories, and both of those are the categories, right? Because you've seen veterans, and I actually know a couple of firefighters that have their own comfort dog that go with them everywhere. One of the things that my team does is what we call a debriefing, right? We get everybody involved in the incident. We sit around in a circle and we discuss the call and do some things. And a dog will come in and walk the circle, right? And maybe sit down in front of somebody for a little bit. They get to pat them while other people are talking. And once the dog kind of senses that that guy's a little bit better, because as you're talking about the incident, you're going to bring up those emotions again. And for some people, it's pretty significant. And the dog will go right over and it takes away that stress. It's amazing to watch.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you foresee that these dogs would, for example, be able to intuit someone who is in stress?
Yes.
Because to follow up, that to me would be more a designation as a service dog. Comfort dogs usually do apply to dogs that go into hospitals and just provide
Representative
companionship.
Schuett, I think that's something that we can discuss when they've got their outline of what the rules are.
I just wanted to establish what they felt the dog was supposed to do.
So, like I said, I'm not a comfort/service dog expert. I just know that there's just different standards and I've seen them work. So I'm not sure. And that's what the commission's for, to figure all that out.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So haven't we seen one of these comfort dogs, Patch, the
written test?
Manchester officer?
What's that?
The Manchester officer.
Right.
I don't see him here today.
He's
but
not here today, but
he has a dog by the
Yep.
Patch that we've actually had him here in committee.
Yep.
Correct? Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Sam Hawkins.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Still a little bit of morning left. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide. I'm here today on behalf of NAMI New Hampshire to speak in support of Senate Bill 367. Mental health and suicide ripple throughout an entire community, affecting everyone. But for our first responders, this impact can be especially grave. In the course of their essential work, first responders are often directly exposed to grief and pain, not only that of the community, but also their own. An estimated 30% of first responders develop a behavioral health condition, such as depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. Further, while research is limited, emerging data suggests that the risk of suicide and suicidal ideation is elevated for first responders. NAMI New Hampshire applauds the previous accomplishments of the Commission, as well as the effort to continue its work through this legislation. We're glad to be a named member of the Commission as well. Through the continuing of this Commission, New Hampshire has the opportunity to continue to study this issue, implement changes to enable our full understanding, and invent and improve methods to support some of our state's bravest citizens. Our first responders provide a crucial service to our communities, and it's our responsibility to support them so that they may continue their important work and live happy, full lives. For these reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to recommend OTP for this bill. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having been a part of the commission, you said you were part of the commission.
Our organization
Your
is, I am not the
okay.
representative.
Is NAMI aware of any successes? Like, are we seeing a decrease in suicidality as we're implementing any specific protocols that are coming out of the commission, or just in general? Are you aware?
Thank you for your question. The commission started its work long before I joined the organization. I'd be happy to go back to our executive director who has sat on the commission and get an answer to that question
Yeah,
for
that'd be great if you wouldn't mind emailing us. That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Russell Conti.
Good morning to everyone here on this honorable committee. My name is Russell Conti. I'm currently the Mental Health and Wellness Coordinator for the Department of Safety, Division of State Police, and I am also a past president of the Board of Directors for NAMI New Hampshire. I'm a past chair of the Suicide Prevention Council for the state, and I have been employed as a first responder, law enforcement officer for almost 39 years. I just wanted to come in because I've been the Department of Safety representative to this commission since its inception. And just to let everybody know that apart from the other things that were brought up, and all great points, and appreciate NAMI and certainly Representative Prue and all the work that Senator Burnsell has done, but how much it has become a focal point for first responders in helping themselves and having the ability to see things that we really weren't keeping track of. When I started, there was next to no mental health or any training at all that would leave you to understand post-traumatic or acute stress or all the damaging effects of the job. And unfortunately, we've lost, first responders to suicides that I have personally known. We have had people enter into retirements that are not peaceful. And even though they may have earned one, we've had a lot of careers cut short and, numerous marriages and relationships dissolved because of some of the stresses of the job. So this commission has brought together the right people, and the right people are at the table. It is a very well-attended commission, every meeting. And it gives us the ability to look at what are really the important issues because the people that are sitting at the table have experienced them themselves. So it has been a tremendous value to those people that are actually doing the work. And I oversee all the peer services for state police and for the Department of Safety, and that we are helping people get through incidents where they have acute and post-traumatic stress and keep them from entering a phase where it becomes so debilitating that they can't come to work or that they have, are considering suicidal ideations as an option. And I know there's been a couple of questions, but suicide with first responders is something that's very hard to track, and it's something we talk about a lot. And I can tell you anecdotally, I responded to first responders in crisis that were having suicidal ideations and got them to a place where they were cared for and got them to professionals. And I know we saved lives. Unfortunately, the statistics are shocking when it comes to first responder suicides. And I'm talking first responders as a whole, firefighters and police dispatchers and police officers and EMTs, the whole group as a whole. So it's something that has to be worked on. And frankly, unless we have commissions like this, literally with their foot on the gas all the time, assuring that we're looking at this and hearing from the right people. We have some tremendous speakers that come into these meetings. That it's a tough one to nail down, and you have direct questions, and they're very hard to answer because realistically, there's been very little that has been done to focus. And this particular commission in this group is one that is not repeated very often in the country. So I think it's of tremendous value. It reminds me of why I've been so proud to be a professional in New Hampshire, and that we are usually out in front of a lot of important issues. So I just wanted to just add just a couple of comments on the value of it, and the value of it to first responders, not only like me that came on when I did, but all the new people entering the profession. And if you came into the first responder profession within the last 10 years, when we really got things off the ground, you would know it no different. There will always be help for you. There will always be professionals. There will always be people that are willing to get you through a very rough spot in your career. And that is going to make a huge difference. And I don't know how, hopefully we can track it by all these great young professionals that enter the first responder profession and that go into retirement and can tell you, hey, listen, it wasn't easy, but there was people there to help me through it. So I thank you for the time and your ear.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does anyone else wish to testify on Senate Bill 367? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. We resume at 1 p.m. All right, it being 1 o'clock, if we have somebody here. Yes, exactly. For the committee's reference, there are now copies of the non-germane amendment to Senate Bill 318 over on the table if you want one in hard copy. Mr. Tatro?
Tatro.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Phil Tatro, and I am Senator Ricciardi's legislative aide. I'm here to introduce SB 479 on behalf of Senator Ricciardi today. Senator Ricciardi wishes she could be here today to introduce this important legislation. However, she was already committed to an event in her district. In 2018, Senator Ricciardi was the driving force behind getting a proclamation signed by Governor Sununu recognizing Children's Environmental Health Day. SB 479 will officially establish the second Thursday in October as Children's Environmental Health Day, which the governor will recognize annually with a proclamation. This will help promote awareness and educate Granite Staters about the importance of clean air, clean water, safe food, and safe consumer products. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to bring them to Senator Ricciardi so she can get back to you with an answer. Thank you.
Very good. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Are you any relative of Bruce Tatro? No. No.
All right. Is
Over EAU.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 479? I guess not, since there's nobody else. We'll close the hearing. Well, let's try somebody else. Does someone have a motion on this?
Are we going to go into executive session?
We'll go into executive session, yes.
Oh, for heaven.
Representative Bailey moved ITL. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
Representative Groda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been the policy of this committee not to adopt special days, not because we don't care about them, but because there is no vehicle that really allows the promotion or expansion of the information that is expected as a result of this special day. And until we have that, we have decided to ITL these bills in committee.
All right, any Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say we have numerous days in the statute that a lot of people don't even know are there due to the inactivity of these organizations once they petition this committee to get them put into statute. We just heard from the individual that the senator had the governor do a proclamation, which I think is very appropriate to yearly go to the governor and justify why the proclamation should be made versus just putting it in statute and letting it be buried there. So I think we have heard from this gentleman that it was done before, and I think continuing to do that will bring these groups out to petitioning the governor. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? I'd like to say I agree with Representative Goley. Okay. If there's no one else, then the motion is inexpedient to legislate, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes. Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nay.
All right. The motion passes 15-0. Any objections to consent? Seeing none, we'll put it on consent. Representative Bailey, at your earliest convenience, no later than Monday. Tomorrow will be good.
What was the name of that committee during the French Revolution? That sent people to the gas?
Oh.
Committee of what? Committee of Public Safety. I knew safety was in the public safety.
Yes,
We are as ruthless as they are.
we do our part.
With regard to such bills.
All right.
I have another motion, Madam Chair, if you,
Yes,
well, I have a
Representative Rowe.
motion. I didn't have another one before. I move auto pass on Senate Bill 367.
Second.
Okay, that's by Representative Grota, a second by Representative Goley, I believe. Okay. You should speak to your motion.
Yes. So I did some research on the committee and found that they indeed meet often. They have a well staffed commission, I'm sorry, of the members that are important to this mission, and they have issued final reports as requested. And since they've done all the work that is expected of a commission, I would hope that the committee would agree to reinstate them.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when a senator comes to this committee who is heading up a commission and asking to continue the work of the commission and the work they're doing, I applaud her for the work she's doing and to keep this commission going. It's dear and near to me and important to me to watch the work this commission does. As everyone knows, I'm a retired captain of Manchester Fire, and for the last day of my work and my career was going to the funeral of one of the men that worked at my station that had committed suicide. So this is near and dear to my heart, and I hope we can support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Gerhard? Yeah, I'd like to comment that I'm very optimistic about this commission because there is not one person appointed by the Governor and Council. Everybody is appointed by an organization that cares about the results. So they will get people appointed quickly and get rolling fast. So I'm more impressed than I am with most commissions. Anyone else? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I share the sentiments that my colleagues have expressed already. This is a real issue, and there's also something that can be done about it, and these comfort dogs and so forth. But the recognition of the stress that these people are under, dealing with trauma that most of us never experience and never even hear about, and they're dealing with it on a daily basis. So I'm totally in support of this bill.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Grota, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Representative Gerhard. Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
16 yea, 0 nay.
Okay. Any objections? All right, we'll put that one on consent also. And still got a few minutes. So do we want to talk about 437?
Yeah.
Now you come back.
No, 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 no.
Can we speak about 437 if,
We can talk about it.
without notice it, because it was,
We heard it today, therefore we
Okay.
can talk.
Okay.
We don't have to vote on it, but we can talk about it.
well, if we can talk about it, Representative McGuire, Representative, oh my gosh, Fitzpatrick and I talked about this because I think essentially what the bill is trying to do is trying to say to municipalities that if they do not send their amendments to the building review, their fire amendments or their, oh my God, amendments to the state fire code or the state building codes to the appropriate person, either the state fire marshal or the building code review board, then those amendments will not be enforced until they've been submitted appropriately. And I guess we both would like a sentence that says municipalities who submit local amendments in compliance with this statute have amendments that are fully enforceable. And I don't know whether or not, I don't know how we're going to enforce that. Who's going to be responsible for not enforcing? That's the part that I can't.
Okay, Representative Lakis?
Yeah, so I think that according to this, they not only have to submit it, but they have to be confirmed. For what he said, confirmation is just making sure that they pass it through a legal process. It doesn't conflict with the statute, or
Right.
violate the statute, which are things like it can't be less stringent than the building code, it can't try and replace a whole chunk and all that, and then it's automatic. So is the concern that you want them to be able to enforce it before that confirmation has occurred? And if so, is the concern the building code review board is going to sit on it, or?
No, what I'm saying is, how is it that, well, municipalities who don't abide by this, right?
Yeah.
To begin with, why would they not enforce? See, this is the thing. Who's going to make sure that those amendments are not being enforced?
So I mean, somebody, I don't know, somebody could complain. I mean, you could sue them, and if they're trying to enforce amendments which are not
But who's
legally
going to sue
enforceable,
who? Who's going to sue? You could.
town, the builder, or somebody who's building.
Oh, okay.
Somebody
That they're
who
being
is
told they can't do
affected
it.
by the,
Yeah.
Okay.
the,
Yeah.
Okay.
the unapproved ordinance
Right. No.
Okay.
would be able to sue the
Yeah,
town.
and I don't know if anybody could just go to the AG and report them if they do anything. I don't know how that works.
The AG, I don't think would be the right place to take a complaint against a town. It would be,
Superior Court.
you know, the town might take somebody applying for an illicit building permit to the AG, but not the other way around.
Okay.
I was dealing with
And then that would be a defense if they're trying to enforce something they don't have the legal right to do. And
Yeah, I mean, the trouble is that in many cases, if the building inspector decides he wants it done this way, even without a formal ordinance, he can make life very miserable for anybody involved in the
I've
building
talked to
trades.
people who've been doing work in some towns where that's what goes on. They make up their own rules, and if you don't go along with it, life's going to be difficult. So.
Representative Goldie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like what this is doing. I just wish we could put some teeth to it like we've done with the reporting requirements for the retirement system. And if you don't do it, there's a penalty associated with it, because I don't think it's fair to those builders to have to now pick up court costs and attorney fees because a town is gone rogue and wanting to enforce their own rules however they feel fit. And it's just an issue I have. I mean, I have no problem passing this without it, but I think there should be some teeth to it.
I agree with you completely.
Representative Gerhart?
I'm wondering though if it's possible to quantify those costs. So if you have a job lined up, you have different subcontractors coming in at different times. If the building inspector wants to make up some fugazi electrical requirements, and now you miss your other subcontractors, it's going to be hard to say how much money you've really lost. And I think it would also set up maybe potential for false lawsuits. And I don't know. That might get kind of messy, just thinking offhand.
The town should be penalized for not submitting to the Building Code Review Board or the Fire Control Board their amendments showing, so that they're posted online, what they are.
But my point being is if the building inspector just went off the reservation by himself, it wasn't something, you know what I mean? He's just making stuff up. It happens. I'm just saying, so.
We've heard. Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I'm just wondering on that one, so how would that be enforced? Who would be responsible? If it's not going to be a civil suit by a builder or something, then, it could be reported to somebody who, in the government, who then does something, or how do you envision that working?
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if we have these concerns, I think we ought to have a subcommittee. But the bottom line is the Building Code Review Board, and Carol, you know, you've been dealing with this issue for almost as long as I have, and that the Building Code Review Board is a very experienced institution that is headed by a real sharp guy. Phil Sherman has been on top of the situation for about 4 or 5 years now as the chair, and Gary Abbott has been 20 years I've been here, and he's been coming in with regard to all these issues. But there was some question about some language. You remember that was a little bit stickier, or they weren't sure. And I think we ought to take a look at that and see it. But it's with this group, I think you have Bill McKinney has been here for all the time I've been on eDNA as well. And the Builders Association and building officials, city oversight officials, they're all working together and monitoring this and so forth. And I think they have a pretty good enforcement procedure worked out. But we ought to look at the language and see if we can't perfect it. As long as we have some questions, let's ask them. I mean,
Representative Brown?
I'm ready to vote on yes on the bill, but why not fix it if it's got some issues?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's two, we're talking about two different enforcement pieces. One is the person to enforce against the town for making them follow a code that wasn't approved. And the other one is, can the state somehow enforce against the towns that don't follow this law? That's what you're saying, right? How do we track whether the towns do follow this or not?
That's always a challenge.
They can
then
put a
as a-
notice.
As a follow-up, I would say online.
We know how if they do follow the procedure, we know about it because they've submitted their amendments. If, however, a municipality doesn't have any amendments, you don't know if it's because they haven't bothered to tell us or because they don't want to make any amendments. Representative Blackus?
Right, I mean, maybe if there's some place, whether it's Building Code Review Board or somebody else, where someone who is aware that, they've created these rules without going through the process, maybe something could be done for whether it's Building Code Review Board or somebody else to deal with it. But I think, either it's going to be reported by somebody who becomes aware of it, or the case where somebody objects to what they're doing and either they're being sued or they sue the town, or you'd have to have, somebody do some kind of investigation of all the ordinances of all the municipalities, which I don't see happening, so. But if there's a way for somebody who notices there's a problem to report it, and then an investigation be done then, maybe that could work.
You remember two things. Number one, the fire marshal said that you've got all these professional firefighters in the bigger towns or cities, okay, and you got volunteer firefighters, and they know. But he mentioned the fact that they had in one of the towns, I think, that they were putting it through the zoning ZBA, right? And it was not a legal thing at all. There was no legally adopted ordinance in the town. They were letting the ZBA do it. Completely inappropriate and not legal and so forth. But they're getting a handle on all this, and it's much more effective than it used to be, in my opinion. But let's ask the questions that we have.
Is Peter on your subcommittee? Okay, I think there are enough questions that we should schedule a subcommittee. Particularly since I asked about the legal question, we haven't got a response back yet. Yes, Representative Dolly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I apologize for bringing up and throwing the bomb into the works, but it was just a thought. Obviously, I don't think we have the time to work on something of that aspect this year, but I just think if we're going to do something requiring cities and towns to do it, there ought to be some sort of penalty like reporting in the retirement system at a later date to make sure it's done appropriately and on time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Representative Simon, I think your question, your comment?
Yes, just real briefly, if I remember correctly, the legality issue was kind of circling around whether or not we could retroactively take away the enforcement ability of the municipalities to enforce the code that they had put in the interim. But if I understood Mr. Sherman correctly, that's going to be a moot point because as soon as this bill is passed, we'll be updating to the 2021 codes. And the 2018
It's a
codes will.
different bill.
This is a different bill?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I came
Yes,
into the room late.
yes.
My apologies.
Yes, I think
There
we
you go.
might want to put in an explicit comment that, you know, amendments that apply to previous versions of the code are hereby repealed because you might, okay, and this is going to Representative Simon's subcommittee with Representative Schmidt.
Which one are we on then?
437, yes. This, you'll get to have fun with that.
Thank you.
Okay. That was,
You've got such a beautiful smile.
Thank you, Peter.
okay, so I think that's all the bills we have before us. So we have 5 minutes before our next hearing.
16. Yes.
Reading the paper that somebody wrote a bill
This was the bill that issue came up. It was the
All right, welcome back. It being 1:30, I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 430, and I call Senator Birdsell.
Thank you for entertaining my Senate Bill 430. My name, for the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 430, and I find myself here again. And I did, thank you for passing my, commission. Thank you very much. This bill was a request from the EV Emergency Response Roundtable. It's been a discussion, I know it's been a discussion at the New Hampshire Transportation Council when I was a member and chair of transportation. Also, I went to a couple of the EV roundtable meetings, and there is a lot of concern from our first responders on how to handle EV fires and lithium batteries. So, and we just heard a House bill actually in the in Senate Energy, which I'm a member of as well, on correct disposal of lithium batteries. So this mission is required to study the occurrence of electric vehicles, lithium-ion battery, and e-mobility device fire department responses in New Hampshire. And I might add, I just saw on the news today, there was a spontaneous e-bike that blew up and caught on fire in London, and I guess there's been a few in the U.S. as well. So that's something to be aware of. It's also going to study the impacts of public safety, and it's a council, it's not a commission. The impacts of public safety response and personal protective equipment, the impacts to the built environment. One of the things that came up in the New Hampshire Transportation Council when Victoria Sheehan was still our Commissioner of Transportation, the discussion was around the EV fires and how hot they burned. And her concern came out that, okay, so what happens if one of these cars catches on fire in the middle of the White Mountains? We don't have 4,000, was it 4,000 gallons? 4,000 gallons or more to put this fire out. The comment was, well, then you have to let it burn out. Well, at 4,000 and whatever, however many thousands of degrees it is, that means the road is going to melt wherever that EV is. So when we say built environment, we're talking about the roads. We're also talking about garages that are attached to buildings that have EV chargers. So that's when we say built environments, that's what we're talking about. The impacts to the environment to include air, water, ground pollution, impacts to the, as I said, the state transportation systems, which I just explained, the cost and administration of first responder training, and impacts to building and fire codes, because that is one thing that we had a condo, I'm in a condo, and they're townhouses, and they're 4 units each with a garage in between each unit. And I brought it up at our last meeting that we need to start putting some rules in our condos about it, because if someone comes in with and puts a car charger in there, that's going to impact us if anything happens to it. You can guarantee that all 4 of those units are going to go up if one of those, because they burn at a pretty high rate and pretty fast. So this council is going to be studying those things, and I'm sure that's why the fire marshal is here. So I will entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to commend you for selecting your council members such that the governor and council don't have to be involved, because that tends to be a delaying factor.
You're welcome.
Anyone, other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Probably not an accident, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Sean Toomey?
Good afternoon, Sean Toomey, State Fire Marshal. So I think Senator Birdsall did a great job introducing the bill. I can tell you that our office started some sort of roundtable discussions, if you will, this summer, and trying to bring stakeholders together from the different disciplines just to talk about the hazards and any concerns around electric vehicle fires and lithium-ion battery fires, and trying to figure out how to educate the fire service and first responders. We include law enforcement as well in this because they'll be responding to some of these incidents. And trying to figure out outreach to the consumers as well. We're not looking to block any of these devices. They're here. We have them. I have 2 phones on me. They both have batteries in them. But I do think the education and being thoughtful about how to handle them and making any necessary changes to codes and practice makes sense. So Senator Birdsall was kind enough to work with us to sponsor this bill, really to bring together. We had asked, initially it was a commission, changed to a council, but just sort of formalize the group that we developed this summer, hopefully to get the bulk of the stakeholders that would be involved, and bring forth a report, a preliminary report in November of this year, and a final report the following November to recommend any changes, if necessary, to around the areas of electric vehicle fires and lithium-ion battery fires. As far as electric vehicle fires, we have 300 or 400 car fires in the state a year. We think there's only been 2 or 3 electric vehicle fires at this point. So the occurrence isn't huge, but when they do occur, they typically are much more intensive as far as resource driven for the water supply, just to put them out. The e-mobility type devices are susceptible to thermal runaway if they're damaged, or a mismatch of devices for charging and things like that. And we're especially concerned about educating consumers about using listed devices, charging with appropriate equipment, and following manufacturers and recommendations when they're in use. So we've been pushing a lot of that information, messaging and stuff through our social media outlets and such. But if they do have a fire, as the senator mentioned, like in a condo situation, especially more in like in apartment buildings, we want store them in the appropriate places. Don't put them in the means of egress and things like that. There was a fire in Durham at UNH earlier this year. It was a makeshift e-bike that had a fire in one of the dorms. Fortunately, there was no injuries or anything, but that those are things we need to think about. So I guess our ask for you is just to help formalize that group, and then for us to bring back our task would be to bring back any recommendations. There's a lot of national interest at this point on the code side and the fire service side studying this. Underwriters Lab, or UL, has funded a big study through the Fire Service Research Institute. NFPA, who does the fire codes, through their research foundation, has devoted a bunch of stuff. And then ICC, who does our building codes, has got an ad hoc committee working to look at the building codes. So we're looking to them and their expertise as well to guide us a little bit on some of this. So happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Mangiaputi, and then Dolan and Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have 2 questions. One, you did mention about the phones and the batteries are here, and we just heard the laptop catching fire in next state over. So are we going, we can't ban everything. So how do we deal with that? Batteries are here to stay and the technologies are changing. My second part to it is, how are other states that have EV infrastructure and EV vehicles are dealing with that as the technology changes? And how is New Hampshire keeping up with that?
I think we're behind a little bit on some of the advancement of EV technology in our state. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head right now, the number of EVs that we have, but compared to other states, I know we're behind a bit, right? Our occurrence of fires are much less, but I think that they are here to stay. I think the good news is there's a lot of work going on in science to try to change the batteries and the stability of the batteries, which will help. But I think we I think my focus is really on the education, the consumer education, and making sure that we have that information that's out there. But we want to watch the numbers. We don't want to overreact either.
One follow-up.
Thank you. So how will this impact our tourism? The tourists from outside of the state, they're using more and more EV.
How will this council impact tourism?
Not council, if we don't have the infrastructure, if we don't have the charging station, if we don't encourage that.
Representative Mangiapudi, that's totally beyond the scope of this council. Do you have a question that's related to the bill?
Yes, so the council is looking at how to address the EV and the fire and what it takes. So how that impacts if we don't look at it and find a solution. We may not have EVs in our state, but how will it affect the travelers that come to our state if we don't have?
Well, I suspect that if this commission finds that EV chargers are a major fire hazard, which I don't think they're going to find, but if they do, then we would not build anymore. We would not allow anyone to build anymore. And we would warn people not to bring your EVs into New Hampshire. I mean, that would be the worst case, or the best case, depending on how you thought about it. But that would be one extreme. Correct?
I think, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how to quite answer. I think that's outside the scope of what we were looking at, but
Okay. Representative Dolan had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This question is, the answer might be, that's why we're going to do the study. And the question is, with lithium ion batteries, is there any consideration of not allowing those EVs to be parked in parking garages where a fire could start and not be able to be put out? Or is that something that you're going to be studying with this bill?
I think the impacts to building and fire codes is what we were looking at, so that would be probably connected to that. There are studies nationally that are going on that looking at the parking garage fires in general right now, because the data, what we've learned, the design fires and such for parking garages and car fires is based on car fires from the 70s and 80s. And now that we've introduced plastics into all of our cars, that's a very different fire than what the designs are anyways. So, I think that the car fires in parking garages in general is being studied, not only because of EVs. So, all of that data will be, I would envision being incorporated as part of this council.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I mean, we're all aware that most of us are driving around in vehicles that are potential explosive bombs, right? We got 30 gallons or however many gallons you got in your tank, that car fire is not a nice thing no matter what the heck you're powering it with. But the bottom line is that we have all these devices. They're here to stay. Maybe the batteries will be completely redesigned, but the question I have is, there's no fiscal note, but you're going to have to do some research. I presume that I didn't look to see, are you the head of it, or?
I learned I am the head of it. I'm going to be the chair of this. I think that happened in the amendment, but that's fine.
The designee?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So this is all good, but I'll just a kind of a secondary question is, I mean, we have UNH over there with chemists, scientists, physicists, and so forth and so on. Are we looking at whether we have some homegrown research so that we're not completely dependent on what they're doing down in Massachusetts or California or wherever, where they've got many times our population?
I believe we have a pretty good representation in the group that we identified: auto dealers, the tow associations, the fire chiefs, DES, DOT. I think we have a good mix. And then, it does talk about being able to bring in others. So I think we have, I think between what we have and tapping into a few friends around, I think we'll be in pretty good shape, is my guess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Blackus?
Yeah, this is, I think, a question for the chair, whoever can answer it. What's the sort of technical or difference between a council and a commission and a committee? Committee and commission, I think I have.
know what a committee is. That's legislators. What's the difference? Do you know the difference between a council and a commission?
I don't, so my understand, we came at it with a commission, which would have had a couple of reps on it and a senator on it. And then what we learned from recent changes is that the commissions, it has to be made up of more members of the general court than there are
yes.
people on the committee.
Yep, I remember that.
And this, as
Council is new, I don't know.
as amended, it has no member of the legislature.
Yes,
Right.
thank you
You'll
for
just
reminding me.
talk to us and explain what, we'll read your reports and take action if necessary. Okay, Representative Schuett and then Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Fire Marshal. And I'm not sure if this is too appropriate, but I'm just curious if you can tell us, do these fires start because of the lithium battery, because of the charger, the connection between the two, or is it like all of the above?
Typically, it's some sort of failure mechanism. In the cars, it's usually typically some sort of damage or some impurity and type thing in the batteries. It seems to be what the thing is, and then it causes thermal runaway, which causes the fire event. So the charger itself doesn't seem to be the culprit most of the times, but it can happen, right? It's usually a damage or an impurity type thing is what most of them seem to be coming at this point, but we're still learning a lot, right? And I think we'll continue to learn a bit for a while.
Representative Brown, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I think it doesn't say this specifically, but should this apply to solar systems and the batteries in houses? And you could probably just go there anyway, but it doesn't say that specifically.
We could probably lump that in on lithium-ion batteries and the impacts on the building codes without too much of a stretch, I would say.
Madam Chair, thank you. I know my neighbors have a battery system that will last them for 7 days to run everything in their house. And, so I'm assuming that those could be a pretty good source of some heat if there were a fire in the home. So enough said. Thank you.
Good point. Anyone else? Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for you. As far as, because I've seen some video online of electric cars hitting each other and the explosions, it's pretty intense. The amount, you said there's only 3, I believe, electric car accidents or vehicle collisions or fires, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is that due, maybe you don't know, I'm just curious, is that due to the technology on these cars that stops collisions, like the self-driving aspect, or is that just chance, or is it just, you don't know?
The 2 of them were involved in accidents, and I'm not sure quite about the third. Is what happened, but beyond that, the New Hampshire ones, I don't know. Okay. I mean, as I say, when you look at some of the data, like even on Tesla and stuff, when you really drill into it, some of them are crashing into things, right? So cars, when they crash into things, catch fire. Right? Unfortunately, we had the death yesterday in Bow, right? Unfortunately, the motorcycle, there was a fire involved in that, right? I mean, it seems like every year we have someone that crashes a car into a tree or the toll booths or something like that, and it catches fire. So I think that unfortunately those accidents do happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Representative Grotta.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fire Marshal, is the scope of the study, do you feel that there's enough time within a year to do all these things?
I hope so.
Yeah. It's a pretty hefty lift.
I think we'll get some preliminary information out, and then I think that's why it gives us another year to hopefully get some more information is my hope. Will we solve it all? Probably not, but I think we'll have a better sense.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have a better sense within that time frame.
Representative Blackus.
Yep, there's 2 deadlines, one due at the end of this year and one due at the end of next year, so, yeah.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rebecca Oler.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Oler, Department of Environmental Services. I'm in the Air Resources Division. The department is very supportive of this bill. We look forward to taking the opportunity to get more data. I was hoping that I could get a response to a text to tell you exactly how many electric vehicles we have registered in the state, but my best guess is going to be in the 1,800 to 2,000 range right now. But it's certainly growing. We're seeing the rate of EV adoption grow at an accelerating rate. I myself own an EV, so obviously from an air quality standpoint, we are excited about the advent of electric vehicles. I mean, even factoring in all of the manufacture of all of the components of the vehicle, it's still a far less polluting vehicle option than an internal combustion engine. But from the other side of my agency, from the water division, from the waste division, we're also concerned about the disposal of batteries, about the potential for contamination from fires. And so the makeup of this commission seems to bring all of the right players to the table, and we look forward to being part of this conversation and working to bring as much information to the table as we can. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Does anyone else wish to testify on Senate Bill 430? Seeing none, I will close the hearing. Okay, we'll go into executive session. Does someone have a motion?
I'll move out to pass, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay. Representative Schmidt is maintaining his position as the official seconder. Representative Simon, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like all the interested parties are actually interested in having this conversation. It would be good to gather the information that they're looking into. I think it'd be useful. And so I guess for those reasons, I would move out to pass. I'd also just like to add that if we have found a way to do these things without any legislators involved, we're probably going to see more councils in the future and fewer committee and commissions. That's my guess. So,
I would
so we
agree.
might as well give one a try and see how it goes.
All right, Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yes. I mean, this is a proverbial no-brainer. We've got something that's coming at us like a car at 80 miles an hour that has all kinds of unknown aspects in terms of having a personal experience with it. As I said earlier, most of us are driving around with things that have got a highly flammable, highly explosive thing and that's going 60 or 70 miles an hour down the road with other vehicles coming in the other direction. So we have gas furnaces, gas water heaters, gas stoves and so forth in our houses. And we've learned to live and sometimes die by all these things. So this is a no-brainer to have this council to look into this and develop more expertise to advise us wisely in terms of how we're going to deal with this as it gets more and more and more ubiquitous.
Representative Gerhard and then Dolan.
I'm almost done, and that is we're also carrying little heaters in our pockets, right? You ever touch it and go like, wow, this is hotter than I thought, so forth. And it's got a lithium-ion battery in it. Ever see how they're created? They're all wound up and so forth and so forth. So we need to learn more about this, except by personal experience.
Thank you. We'll try not to let anybody burn up from their phones. Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm questioning, so we're gonna look at, no, not we, they will look at the effects on the environment. Well, I'm concerned that we're not looking at the full effects as in how the lithium is mined. I think that's kind of a larger equation. I mean, that is an effect on the environment and some local geopolitical aspects. So just saying, something I was thinking about.
Okay, Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is more administrative in that we're rounding up a fairly large population of state employees to do this work. And probably some people that are on the higher end of the pay scale of state employees. Yet we have no fiscal note. Do we think that we're going to be able to accomplish this for no cost?
The thing is that all those high-level state employees, such as the fire marshal, are considered to be unclassified. They do not have to punch a time clock. And if they our expectation is usually that they will work extra hours if necessary to make this happen.
Thank you.
I would just point out a lot of them have or designee also.
Yes, or they have staff that are sitting around twiddling their thumbs, not answering the phones, and they can go to these meetings. Representative Brown and then Manjapudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of comments. I know I read this at home, and I made a note under the environment to Representative Gerhardt's comment. I said, why is this under 154? So RSA 154 is fire hazards. So if it's under 154 in fire hazards, then it shouldn't be jumping over to other topics that I think that
Well-
you and I was concerned at home for the same question you had.
Okay.
And
Appreciate that.
Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to control my comment. All I'll say is, knowledge is power, ignorance is not bliss. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Brown. you have another
Sorry,
comment?
Madam Chair, just as a follow-up, I think this is a good idea because a number of times this year, we've had this conversation about how many of these fires have there been and where have they been and fire parking garages. So I think it's a wonderful idea.
Yes, it will help us to deal with our interim study of the bill to ban EVs because we can refer to this council. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. The motion is ought to pass by Representative Simon, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Representative Gerhard.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
17 yeas, 0 nay.
All right. The motion passes 17-0. Any objections to consent? Seeing none, we'll put this on consent. And we have 2 minutes before the next hearing. We are so fortunate that way, yes.
State House is still up. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. You were proud. I like that. Public game. It's a good thing too. They have to big excavator over there. Not notice anything.
Well, that's a good thing to put in the.
Yeah, that's a good reason to give. And it doesn't involve us, so it's like a win all the way around.
Yes, all I have to do is read their reports. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was on both, one of the, I'm gonna take my lithium ion and go, if that's the case.
Oh, I've heard.
Oh. Thank you all. Welcome back. I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 210, and I call the prime sponsor, Senator Carson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to the members of the House ED&A Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Auburn, Londonderry, and Hudson. And I have for your consideration this afternoon Senate Bill 210, which seeks to require all software contracts entered into by a state agency not to limit the agency's ability to run and install software on the infrastructure of the agency's choosing and approved by the Department of Information Technology, subject to certain statutory provisions. This legislation would improve the state's negotiation ability to prevent restrictive software licensing terms and business practices, ensure greater choice and more competition, and protect against surprise cost increases borne by the state and taxpayers. One area where this legislation is particularly important, it is in cloud computing. The evolution of IT systems has seen the rise in cloud computing services aimed at reducing costs, improving efficiencies and workflows, and strengthening cybersecurity. But states across the nation have been discovering restrictions buried in contracts on license portability and additional charges for trying to use software on anything other than the other software provider's own cloud platform. I believe it is important to ensure our state agencies are safeguarded against the potential anti-competitive actions that tie the hands of our IT professionals and agency personnel and place our systems, data, and taxpayers at risk. This bill is supported by the Coalition for Fair Software Licensing for Digital Innovation, NetChoice, and Computer and Communications Industry Association. These diverse interests represent national and international information technology companies that have worked jointly on a set of fair licensing principles for software that focus on open competition and fairness, cybersecurity, portability to bring previously purchased software to the cloud, and flexibility for the customer. This legislation is forward-looking and would not impact current contractual arrangements for software, hardware, or the cloud. Importantly, the bill does not mandate the state do anything differently unless it chooses to do so. DOIT and its partner agencies maintain full discretion and choice for IT procurement and contracting. The bill aims only to provide state agencies and DOIT more leverage in the contract negotiations for IT, which safeguards against rigid, expensive, or predatory licensing agreements that box New Hampshire into costly, less secure, and less innovative products. Technology is advancing at an amazing pace, and our state should have as much flexibility to make the choices that best fit our needs in the future. The Senate passed this bipartisan legislation by voice vote in January. It's worth noting that during the Senate's consideration of Senate Bill 210, there was no public testimony offered in opposition to this bill. Furthermore, the Commissioner of DOIT has indicated that the bill will have zero fiscal impact on the state. Similar legislation has been acted in Colorado, Indiana, Missouri, Illinois, and Minnesota, and is currently being considered in Massachusetts, New Jersey, and here. It is also being introduced in more than a dozen other states because state governments, like private industry, should not have technology solutions forced upon them, but rather be afforded options that make technological and financial sense for their agencies and their citizens. At this point, Madam Chair, I will conclude my testimony, and I will thank all of you for listening, and I ask you to support Senate Bill 210. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We have a
Senator.
lot of folks here today that can answer questions better than I can. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioner Goulet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Dennis Goulet, the Commissioner for the Department of Information Technology. Here is just a quick courtesy visit today to, first of all, confirm what the Senator just communicated with respect to our feeling that this isn't going to impact us negatively or positively in the short term from a financial perspective. And DOIT itself is not taking a position on this bill, but I did receive a lot of questions on the Senate side that you could interpret it as having an impact. And I want to make sure you knew that we're not concerned with that respect. And also, I'm here to answer any questions from our perspective, if need be.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions? Representative Blackus.
Thanks. Could you give us at least one example of some kind of have there been situations where there has been software that the states wanted to purchase that had restrictive requirements this bill would prohibit? At least have some feel for.
Sure. What we're seeing is in some cases companies who have invested in vertical integration, so who have the ability to license software or software subscriptions and also own infrastructure, do differentiate their pricing based on whether you're hosting in their environments or in one of their competitors' environments or in your own environment.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I'm seeing here that it can't be required to run, they can't keep you from running on the software you're choosing, but it would prevent, I'm not seeing where it would prevent a difference in pricing.
Well, I would agree with you, sir. I've scratched my head about this language a little bit and wonder what the next step is in the, I see this as probably maybe a longer term process that the coalition is involved in. I've asked them that question explicitly. What's the next action? And I have not received an answer to that.
All right, thank you.
The coalition is the next person to testify. Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question that I have is one that I know the federal government is wrestling with, and that is, does this legislation or would this legislation restrict yourself or the governor from the executive side of the government, restricting state agencies from using certain social media platforms that I know, like I said, the federal government is currently wrestling with?
No, I don't see this as relating to that, although, there is an executive order out there that is restricting the use of certain Chinese technologies on state networks, and we're enforcing that. But that's
where I was going. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Scott Drexel. Please turn your microphone on.
My apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for having me. My name's Scott Drexel, and I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for Fair Software Licensing. The coalition was launched in 2022, and it's comprised of North American companies and trade organizations representing a cross-section of key industries, including healthcare, financial services, manufacturing, software, and cloud and cybersecurity providers. The goals of the coalition are rooted in 9 principles of fair software licensing, a set of industry practices aimed at creating greater transparency, innovation, choice, and security in the cloud. The cloud offers significant opportunities for software customers, especially state and local governments and other public agencies, to realize a wide swath of benefits, including cost savings, workflow efficiencies, greater flexibility for an evolving workforce, and ultimately an increased capacity on the part of state institutions to provide critical services to their constituents. But in order to take advantage of these possibilities that the cloud has to offer, public and private entities should come together around standards of fairness, transparency, and choice for the customer. The legislation before you today takes an important step toward that goal, particularly as it relates to the choice of the customer, in this case, the state. Very simply, SB 210 requires that contracts for the purchase of software by the state do not limit the ability of state agencies to run that software using the cloud provider of their choice. Now, why is this necessary? Prior to 2019, this was typical industry practice. It was called BYOL, bring your own license. Once a customer purchased software licenses, the customer was allowed to choose the hardware environment that best met its business needs. And that was good. It encouraged greater interoperability, vendor diversification, which is in the end good for cybersecurity. But in 2019, some legacy software providers began restricting, out of no particular technical necessity, where their software could be run. That new restriction was intended to leverage the popularity of one product line to sell additional goods and services beyond the scope of any RFP, regardless of whether the customer needed or wanted those additional products. It was intended to gain an advantage in an increasingly competitive cloud computing market. SB 210 would correct that dynamic by ensuring that the ultimate choice belongs to the state and to central IT. It would prevent the vendor from dictating to the customer, again, in this case, the state, how the customer can use the products that it's already purchased. At its core, SB 210 is a technology procurement good housekeeping bill. It's narrowly tailored. It applies only to future procurement contracts. It doesn't implicate any that are already in effect. It does not constrain the state in its choice of software or of cloud provider, instead empowering state agencies to select the software vendors or hardware environments that best meet their business needs. In fact, it doesn't require anything of the state at all. It incentivizes vendor diversification and again, strengthens cybersecurity. It does not ask the state to pick winners and losers. Instead, it fosters healthy competition in the public cloud, which lowers costs to taxpayers. It's a critical facet of free enterprise, right? Greater competition in the marketplace lowers cost, and it fosters innovation. Prioritizes the needs of the state over the preference of the software vendor. So I'll stop there. I just want to sort of reiterate, this is not a novel bill. It's already passed in Colorado, Missouri, Illinois, and most recently Indiana. In every case, overwhelmingly, because this is again something that really I think treats the stewardship of taxpayer dollars with a high degree of priority, and with a best practices for the industry in mind. And again, I believe I've emailed it to all of the committee members, but there's a joint letter in support of this legislation from a number of software industry groups, including my group, the Coalition for Fair Software Licensing, NetChoice, CCIA, the Computer Communications Industry Association, and the Alliance for Digital Innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Thanks for being here. So there must be a benefit to software sellers from this. Am I reading between the lines of what you're saying to that?
A benefit to software sellers. Yes. When you are especially from a standpoint of innovation, right? If you have a startup or a mid-sized company that's able to sell their product in a way that frees the state from constraint around what additional products and services it has to buy, then your product stands, on its own against the other product that the big guy's offering. So it is a net benefit to software providers in the sense that you're not having sort of anti-competitive behavior on the part of large companies that are preventing smaller and mid-size innovators in the marketplace from offering a product that could benefit the state or the customer.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Excellent job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 210? In that case, I'll close the public hearing. Okay. Mhm. Okay, we'll go into executive session. Does someone have a motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 210.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Representative Blackus?
Yep. This doesn't put any restrictions on, I guess, it gives the DYT and other state agencies the ability to run this on whatever platform makes the best sense from, a financial or other consideration point of view, which I think is positive. And it also prevents a possible situation where you want software from a number of different vendors. They require their software to run on different platforms. So now you got to deal with these different platforms if you want their software, which complicates the job and probably makes it more expensive. So I think in general, it's a good idea.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just mention that while I was at DES, we spent a very large sum of money of Homeland Security grant money on an air modeling software that would help to track toxics released in the air in an emergency situation. And it came down to the fact that we had one device it could be used on, and when that person left and moved, we were not allowed to move it or put it on another device or do anything with it, and it became defunct in about 10 months. So,
I'm so sorry to hear that.
yes.
Anyone else? All right. In that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Blackus. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Yes.
In the chair.
Yes.
16 yea, 0 nay.
All right, motion passes. Any objection to consent? All right, we'll put that one on consent. And our next hearing starts at 2:30. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 439. I call Senator Bradley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jeb Bradley from Wolfboro. And here, as the sponsor of Senate Bill 439, which obviously passed the Senate and now is up for your consideration. This bill is building upon the executive action of the governor to say that executive agencies cannot participate in anything that would be part of boycotting Israel. The governor created that executive order a little over a year ago, as I recall, and I felt that this legislation was important in light of what happened on October 7th and the ongoing controversy. So the nuts and bolts of the bill are starting on page 2, where there's a new section of RSA 21(1) that starts with a definition of what boycotting Israel means. And then really the heart of the matter is starting on line 23 and 4, that notwithstanding any other provision of law, no executive branch agency may adopt any investment policy that would have the effect of requiring or inducing any person to boycott Israel. So with regard to executive branch agencies, they cannot invest in companies found to be boycotting Israel. They can't contract with companies. This is the policy that the governor adopted. This would put it into law. And then as it goes further on to page 3, talks about what would happen if there is a company boycotting or an executive agency Israel. So I think, to get back to the beginning of the bill, the purpose statement sort of says the why this is important. New Hampshire, as I understand it, does over $100 million of exports as of 2021. That means substantial job growth in this state. The purpose statement goes on to say that any boycott of entities or individuals amount to an ethnic, religious, racial, and or nationality discrimination. And it is consistent, as outlined on lines 17 and 18, that it's the public policy of the United States that's enshrined in several laws that boycotts against Israel are not to be tolerated. So that's the bill. As I said, it passed the Senate, I believe, unanimously, and as I recall, on a voice vote, sponsored by most of the senators, and I hope that it will receive a favorable reaction from you folks.
Thank you, Senator. We do have some questions. Representative Schuett and then Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for appearing before us. So this is basically codifying the governor's executive order. And can you tell us what's the difference between codification and an executive order? Why would this be better?
Well, I'm sorry. Potentially an executive order could be countermanded by a successive governor if a successive governor didn't issue an executive order. So this codifies it. It gives it the strength of law.
Representative Lucas.
Thank you. I see this is in 21I, Administrative Services, which includes procurement. So would this affect or not affect, and with the governor's executive order, does it affect the New Hampshire retirement system?
The New Hampshire retirement system is not an executive branch, but I believe that the governor's executive order covered the retirement system, and so this would, my understanding is also.
Okay, it doesn't, follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it included in here, so it doesn't seem like this legislation would do that, but I was wondering about the governor's executive order, but.
That is a good question. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Representative
but is
Broder?
it- but does it do the
Thank you,
retirement
Madam
system?
Chair. Senator Bradley, the title is Discrimination, Boycotts of Israel in State Procurement and Investments. So if it would not include the New Hampshire retirement system, what investments would the state
treasurer.
make other than that? We'll let him answer the question.
Sorry.
So if I guess what I would suggest is let me do a little research and determine whether the retirement system is included in this or not. My thought was it was, but you might be right, Representative Lekas.
Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Bradley, for appearing, taking my question. This legislation is obviously targeted to prohibit boycotts of Israel. What other countries are there currently issues with procurement other than Israel? I mean, what countries are we currently discriminating against other than Israel?
I don't know if there are any, but I'm not certain of that either.
Thank you.
Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little bit confused on page, is it 2, I guess? But line 22, it starts Roman numeral 7. There's no exhaustive definition of anti-Semitism as it can take many forms. Then it goes on with the quote, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. And it goes on. My question is this to say that boycotting Israel is anti-Semitic? Because it doesn't specifically state that, but it's just kind of in there.
As I think is intended in this purpose statement, as it says, there's no exhaustive definition of anti-Semitism, but as you see further down on line 26, it's a certain perception of Jewish people, which may be expressed as hatred. So rhetorical and physical manifestations, which a boycott would be, I think are covered by that.
Thank you.
Representative Trent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to pick up on what Representative Gerhard was starting into, and that is that there is a number of references, with regard to anti-Jewish or anti-Israel or anti-Semitism. And you reference in your opening remarks that the October 7th attack that we're all very familiar with. Are there no other reasons for a possible anti-Israeli government action with regard to the current situation, which is seeing, as you know, thousands of Gazans in jeopardy on a whole series of bases? Not enough food, not enough clean water, not enough medical supplies, not enough fuel, not enough electricity, if any, and so forth. So I'm troubled by the idea that this seems to be focused on the idea of anti-Semitism.
So the point I was trying to make is that the governor's executive order came out before October 7th, and that in light of October 7th, I thought it was important to codify it in a bill given what happened on October 7th, and that's why the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Representative Baroda?
I could have missed it, but when you mentioned $100 million in exports, from New Hampshire, exports, this is a total number or is this exports? I'm just trying to understand the qualifications of that $100 million.
So that's my understanding in the research that we did with the Bureau of Economic Affairs, that there's over $100 million of exports in 2021 from New Hampshire to Israel.
Thank you. Other? I have a question. You've cited several cases where discrimination against Israel or whatever is illegal. And do you think it's necessary for us to pass a law to say that we won't do business with companies that commit criminal acts?
That's why I'm here. So yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to have that out in the open. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. In your research or other testimony, was there any information about the impact that this would have on any companies that do employ boycotts against Israel?
No.
Okay, and follow up?
Follow up.
And I'll guess that there was no information on New Hampshire companies that might be in that position.
None that I'm
Thank you.
aware of. Again, as I said before, the governor already issued an executive order. This just codifies it.
Thank you.
Senator, do you have the fiscal note? This version doesn't have anything mentioned. It says we don't have it yet. And
I have the fiscal note of the introduced bill, and I don't believe there was an amendment.
No, there wasn't that we know of. What is the fiscal note?
Well, no change to revenue, an indeterminable increase of expenditures, and no appropriations. So the fiscal note should be attached to the bill, but that's what it says.
I think we got the original version.
In the original version, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Great, thank you very much.
Representative Shapiro?
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, I think. For the record, I'm Representative Joe Shapiro from Keene, representing Keene and 9 small surrounding communities. Also for the record, I am Jewish, with my mother's parents arriving from Romania and my father's from Lithuania in the early 20th century. While they escaped the European Holocaust, not all of their extended families were able to come to America, and undoubtedly, many of them perished at the hands of the Nazis. So why would I come here today to speak in opposition to SB 429, which would prevent the state of New Hampshire from doing business with companies who have been involved in boycotting the state of Israel? Let me be clear, it is not because I'm against Israel. I have traveled to Israel. It is an amazing place with amazing people who have made extraordinary accomplishments in the face of hostility and threats of annihilation. Here are my reasons for opposing this bill. First, I believe this bill restricts constitutionally protected free speech. In fact, while the results have been mixed in federal courts, a number of states, including Kansas, Arizona, Texas, and Arkansas, have had similar laws blocked by federal courts. Second, this bill dishonors a proud and historically important tradition of nonviolent political boycotts to bring social change. Please consider the Montgomery bus boycott, started when Rosa Parks refused to move to the back of the bus in December of 1955 and ended with desegregation of public transportation in the South a year later. Also consider the movement in the US and worldwide in the 1980s to divest in the government of South Africa, which led to the end of apartheid and the election of Nelson Mandela a few years later in 1994, excuse me. Third, if you believe, as I do, that the attack on October 7th was a savage, genocidal, terrorist attack against innocent Israeli civilians, and that it was not an isolated incident, during the Second Intifada in Israel between 2000 and 2005, Israelis were routinely blown up on buses merely for the fact of traveling to work or going to school. If you believe that violence against Israeli civilians has been a frequently used tactic, then why would you choose to prohibit a protest tactic that is nonviolent in nature? Doesn't this incentivize violence? Last reason, representatives in the New Hampshire House should know, more than anyone, that one can disagree with current laws, be critical of certain policies, and make every effort to change the direction of a government, all while remaining patriotic and fiercely loyal to our state. The same is true of Israel. Laws that prohibit disagreement over policy and ban nonviolent actions such as boycotts to change such policies, even if you think some of the people doing so are wrong-headed, are just a step too far. I am not a member of the BDS movement, nor do I necessarily support the specific goals of the BDS leadership, but I do not think that the state of New Hampshire should participate in banning political speech. And I hope you will agree with me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to pursue the line of questioning that I started with Senator Bradley. There are repeated references to anti-Semitism. And I asked him whether it was not possible to be against some of the things that are happening in Israel without having anything to do with anti-Semitism. Can you speak to that particular aspect?
The answer is yes. I think that one can be a supporter of Israel, believe in Israel's right to exist, believe in Israel's right to exist as a religious country, and disagree with some of the policies of the Israeli government, just like we do all the time here. And unfortunately, I think the terminology of anti-Semitism is real. I mean, I don't want to pull out my emails and show you some of the vile anti-Semitic emails that I've gotten serving in the legislature. It is a real thing. But I think it is a real problem when criticisms of certain policies, whether they be in Israel or any place else, is suppressed by calling those people anti-Semitic. And that sometimes happens.
Thank you. You've made my point.
Other questions? Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate your keeping your remarks to the intent of the bill.
Thank you.
Speaking of that, we have a whole lot of people who are opposed to the bill. I will give you all a chance to speak, but I would like to say firstly that we ought to concentrate on the bill. I will not tolerate saying trash talking Israel essentially, or blame and I would hope that you would not be repetitive. We will listen to all of you, but believe me, the The fifth time something is said is way less effective than the first. Mr. Coletti, AJ Coletti. Oh. I hope you will try. That's why you're first.
And so people, you guys can ask me questions here.
Yes. Please turn your microphone on and introduce yourself.
My name's AJ Coletti. I'm 18. I've lived in New Hampshire my whole life. Geez, yeah, I don't really know where to start. I guess I'll start here where it says on line 11 that these boycotts, often amount to ethnic, religious, racial, or nationality discrimination. And I think that's what Representative Schmidt was just talking about, how, and the other person who was just up here, equating being against a violent thing that's going on to being against an entire group of religious people or any sort of group of people. Like, you can't, that's apples and oranges. You can be against the death and destruction and famine and exploitation of millions of people while also not hating Jewish people. I think that is very, very obvious. And yeah, it's literally just the freedom of political speech. I've grown up hearing live free or die. Dude, like, I'm so sick of the whole shtick of freedom and this and that. Oh, just get good grades, just go to school and you'll go to college and you'll be able to get a house just like us and start a family. We're all figuring out that that's total crap. And we're not just gonna sit by and let it happen. I mean, I'm glad that I knew that this was going on. There's a whole lot of people my age that feel the same way as me and as these other people, but don't even know that things like this are happening. So the last thing that we need is the suppression of nonviolent boycotts, like in front of City Hall. Again, nonviolent, have signs chanting. Like, can you get any, what would be the alternative? It's exactly like that the last person was saying. It's almost like you're incentivizing a violent protest, because if you're left with no other choice, people are still angry. People are not going to change their minds just because money isn't flowing to them. Not everyone makes up their mind based on how much cash is in their pockets. And I'm really sick of growing up and realizing that that's literally what drives every single force in this country. I mean, all the anti-boycotting laws that are around the country right now, which I was reading, I think 220 million Americans, which is about 78% of Americans, live in places where there are already anti-boycotting laws. That's literally insane to me. That's insane. I don't understand how you can hear that and not think that's insane when we are the land of the free and home of the brave. I don't know. I'm gonna, I guess, read something really quick that I said to the Manchester Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and it was about a ceasefire resolution then. It's not, this paragraph doesn't really touch upon that. Citizens around the world have been conditioned to turn a blind eye to catastrophe, and our ancient values of connectedness to our communities and to the earth have been replaced by self-entitlement and the endless compulsion to consume. We are moths drawn to the flame of industrialization, and it's burning us all up. The majority of us, mostly the older generations, have slipped into a sense of false comfort inside a system that exploits the working class for everything we have, but leaves us with scraps, because it's all we've ever known. Someone please explain to me how natural complex systems have sustained on Earth for millennia, yet the modern Homo sapien is convinced he knows better based on these past 200 years of industrialization and the glorification of rugged individualism. If you ask me, the ongoing promotion of rugged individualism within a hierarchical society in which very few possess more money and power than millions of us combined, it's simply something to keep taxpayers on their hamster wheels. I'm sick of this crap. A lot of people are sick of this crap. The state divesting.
What does that have to do with this bill?
What does it not have to do with this bill? This bill prohibits discriminatory boycotts of Israel, but then it also says, no, that's anti-Semitism, but then it's also anti-Israeli government. Like, can we actually separate these things? Anti-Semitism is being anti-Jewish people. Being anti-Israeli government and anti-Israeli government policies is a completely different thing. So different.
Thank you.
That's all you gotta say to me? Real
Well,
sweet.
thank you for your testimony. That's all I need to say. Are there questions? Representative Brown has a question, if you'd like to
Please
answer
talk it up with me. I'd love to answer questions. What's up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you equate not buying Nike sneakers from that company because of a policy they have to a boycott of Israel? Is that a similar, in your mind, is that a similar free speech, expression of free speech?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not really like speech because you might not talk about it, but like I've decided to stop buying McDonald's, stop buying Starbucks. Not that I have celiac. I don't really buy that crap anyways, but like you can make decisions and have them be off of your morality and then not shove it down other people's throat and or, you know, make it illegal to do the opposite. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I could choose not to buy Nikes because, first of all, I'm broke. I'll go to Savers and get some, like, I'll get ones for $5 at Savers. I mean, it's more sustainable. I stopped buying fast fashion in general. It all ends up in a landfill. I don't know. Like, yeah.
May I follow up?
Once.
As a comment,
Yes.
aren't we all lucky that you're able to sit here and express this in our Live Free or Die state? Because there's still places in the world where you couldn't do this.
Totally.
So
100%.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't mean that in a bad way.
No, totally. I take it as a compliment. Thank you.
Other question? Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you were here, I believe, when Senator Bradley referenced that this bill is about codifying the governor's executive order from half a year ago.
Yeah.
Has anything changed with regard to the state of Israel since then that might change the idea behind the governor's executive order?
Yeah, I think definitely things have changed. Yeah, like October 7th happened, and then in response, we know what's going on. I'm not going to sit here and tell you all what's going on. I hope to God that you're all educating yourselves on what's going on in the world since it's like your job. But anyway, yeah, I mean, but I also have to say, like, it's not just like an entire shift in perspective because of this one massacre that's now been going on for 5, 6 months, 7 months. Like, there's over 30,000 people dead. Like, yeah, that's a very, very big thing to worry about. But also, there's been massacres before this against the Palestinian people. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, you know, I know every single one, but I can tell you for a fact it didn't start with October 7th. And honestly, I don't think it should matter when, where, who started it. There's innocent people dying. I think it's like totally justified to be freaked out about it. If we weren't also exposed to like violence in media, like we would see the footage of what's going on over there. We'd either be lighting buildings on fire or like curled up in a ball crying. Like that I should not have to open Instagram and see dead children. And I'm not like, I'll delete Instagram. I know I have the freedom to do that. I'm just saying, like, that's messed up. If this is all I can do about the dead children I see on my social media pages, then I'm gonna do it. And if boycotting nonviolently a state and that is using its policies and its power to carry out a genocide and ethnic cleansing, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to be angry about that, or at least, you know, concerned. Yeah.
Seems like you've been doing a lot of thinking for the last couple of years, so keep at it.
Seems like it's a little dictatorship.
Keep
around
at
here.
it. There may be a place for you on this side of the table at some point.
Thank you. That's sweet. I used to want to like work in government, yeah, and then I realized the government sucks, so I'm not going to do that. Okay. Anyone else? I can be done.
No, thank you. I
Yeah,
think we're-
I'm so.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm sure you enjoyed it. Pink shirt person.
Katie Carbonara.
Hello? Okay. My name is Katie Carbonara, and I am from Keene. So it has been 2.5 months since we were last here testifying against this bill. And in those 2.5 months, the level of violence, cruelty, destruction, and
Excuse
inhumanity.
me. Could you please concentrate on the bill?
AJ, it's my turn to speak. Thank you. This is concentrating on the bill because this bill is dealing with the state of Israel. And it is concentrating on the bill to make sure that we are all aware of what the state of Israel is currently doing in Gaza right now. So I would like to continue if that's okay.
We have, please continue, but I think that we need to concentrate on the actions of our state government, because that's what we're here for.
Mhm.
So,
And I plan to speak to that as well. Thank you. And in those 2.5 months, the level of violence, cruelty, destruction, and inhumanity that we are witnessing in Gaza has only increased exponentially. As starvation is used as a weapon, as desperate people are massacred over bags of flour, as the targeted murder of aid workers and first responders only increases, as we see evidence of the horrific atrocities at Al-Shifa Hospital, it is hard to believe that this bill is still being considered by this body. We are now 6 months into a genocide that has been live streamed for the entire world to see, that is being funded by our tax dollars. And it is an evil thing that the only response of the government of this state to this moment is in an attempt to crack down on the boycott of Israel, a legitimate form of protest and free expression for any person or business of conscience who stands against the horrors we are currently witnessing in Gaza and the entirety of over 75 years of occupation that the Palestinian people have endured. I urge this committee to understand the role that you play at this pivotal time in history, the chance that you have right now to stand for something beyond the mundane politicking that seems to be the majority of what goes on in these chambers, to do what you can to throw sand into the machinery of genocide, even in the smallest way, and to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
thank you. Maria Kennedy?
I have a question. You seem to be reading from a prepared statement. Could you send it to us so that we have it if you haven't done so already?
Yes, can I email it to you? Is that, it's
Yes,
on my
that
phone.
will be fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
I will figure
Thank
it
you.
out. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Solis Kennedy. I'm from Lebanon, New Hampshire. I'm a law student and I'm graduating next month. I took time away from my coursework and I drove over an hour today to ask you to oppose SB 439. This is a ridiculous and unconstitutional waste of this body's time and of taxpayer money. If the state passes SB 439 and codifies the governor's order, they might as well cut an enormous check to a civil liberties organization, legal organization like CARE or the ACLU. That is because anti-boycott bills like this represent a blatant violation of our First Amendment rights. In fact, I used to work with First Amendment lawyers, and they referred to anti-BDS bills as donation or fundraising bills because this type of legislation is so frequently introduced and is also so frequently judicially defeated. I have to ask, when there are so many issues New Hampshire residents face, homelessness, rising costs in healthcare and in education, the opioid epidemic, why the state would gamble with taxpayer money this way. Instead of investing in our communities, this bill seeks to ensure that the state of Israel, which is the largest recipient of U.S. foreign aid, receives even more of our financial support. And this comes at the expense of local services and at a great cost to overburdened state officials who will now have to screen and verify BDS activity by companies while overseeing state investments and contracts. Finally, I am shocked that New Hampshire is debating whether to sacrifice its residents' free speech rights in order to privilege a foreign state currently committing genocide. Israel has killed over 40,000 Palestinians in Gaza. The U.S. and our federal representatives, like Senators Hassan and Shaheen, have supported and facilitated this mass murder. If anything, the state legislature should be doing everything it can to pressure our federal delegation to bring on an end to the ongoing slaughter. Thank you very much, and if you have questions, I'm also happy to email my testimony.
Thank you. We would appreciate receiving it. Questions? Evelyn Campbell?
Hello, my name is Evelyn Campbell. I'm from Lebanon, and I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 439 as it was defeated last year. It's like this bill is an unacceptable attack on New Hampshire people and businesses' ability to oppose genocide in Palestine. It infringes on our expressive conduct and silences the explanatory speech. This is an attack on both our First Amendment rights to free speech and our 14th Amendment rights for free association with BDS, which is a non-national but globally supported movement to support Palestine and oppose apartheid in the same spirit as the anti-apartheid boycotts that ended in South Africa. These bills are been repeatedly declared unconstitutional in attacks in Texas, Georgia, Kansas, and Arizona. And they will be declared unconstitutional here as well. There is no reason to overthrow our long-stated support for companies to choose which brands they want to sell to us, or to deny benefits to people purely for their conduct and speech, solely to support the state of Israel's genocide. Thank you. Are there any
Okay.
questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
Could you just say your name? Could you just say your name more clearly? I didn't understand it at all.
Evelyn Campbell.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. You mentioned a number of court cases. I don't know if they were state or U.S. Supreme Court. I was wondering if you could email the committee citations for at least some of them, or if someone here could.
I can by the end
The
of the day.
previous speaker was,
All right. Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Alam Abnamad?
Hello. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I'm Dr. Ahlam Abu Awad. I'm a Palestinian American constituent of the state of New Hampshire. I'm here today on Eid al-Fitr, which is one of the two major holidays in my religion, a holiday that is a somber reminder of loss and grief to everyone in Gaza right now. I'm testifying in opposition of New Hampshire's State Bill 439 because I am deeply concerned about my family who are just trying to survive the horror that is taking place right now in Gaza and the West Bank. The grounds for this legislation is to prevent discrimination and anti-Semitism. However, as many of us have seen, anti-Semitism has become weaponized by Israel as a means to allow them to do whatever they so choose to Palestinians and pro-Palestinians around the world. Definitions are important, so please allow me to clarify that anti-Semitism means anyone who is against people that speak Semitic languages, which includes Arabic. Therefore, this language is anti-Semitic as it is supporting an illegal apartheid state that murders and ethnically cleanses indigenous Arabs. We should be able to criticize any government without conflation of discrimination of its people. The boycott, divestments, and sanctions, or BDS movement, is the most powerful form of protest, and removing this fundamental right is an attack on free speech, as well as democracy. In removing our ability to utilize BDS, this legislation is extremely harmful towards individuals who are experiencing persecution, oppression, and genocide. The US has not done this for a single other country, including itself. If we are so worried about discrimination, why haven't we instituted legislation to prevent Islamophobia or hatred against any other religious groups experiencing discrimination? We ethnically cleansed the Native Americans, dropped atomic bombs on Japan, and fought pointless wars in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan. When will we learn? War is not the answer. 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinians since 1948. Let that sink in. We are on the wrong side of history once again. Now legislators are targeting our First Amendment right to free speech. I would like to remind you that while we waste our time arguing over anti-BDS legislation, a genocide is taking place. Several cities within New Hampshire have passed ceasefire resolutions, and yet here we are trying to protect the illegal Israeli apartheid regime through illegal means. These bill sponsors do not represent us, their constituents. As they are supporting a genocide we have been fighting to put a stop to. The senators completely ignored the majority of us that testified in person and voted against this bill at the last hearing. Will you ignore us as well? We cannot turn a blind eye to the most well-documented genocide in human history. Israel's human rights violations are well documented. Many Israelis in videos...
Please, excuse me, would you, I agree that you do not approve of the government of Israel nor its recent actions. Could you please talk about the bill?
This is relevant to the bill because of the context, and I'm almost done. Okay, thank you. Many Israelis in videos and on social media have even confessed to or boasted of committing atrocities, but have not once been held accountable. I have brought some visual evidence I would like to submit to you. These are photos of some of the human rights violations and war crimes Israel has committed against Palestinians. Before you take your vote, I would like you to look at these photos and be held accountable to them. Supporting this bill, despite the atrocities taking place, sends a clear message. Israel is above the law, and Palestinian human rights do not matter. Free Palestine. Thank you for your time. May I pass the photos forward?
Yes, we'll take the information. Salam Odeh.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Madam Chair. I know there's a lot of emotion here, but I am in agreement with you. I'm failing to see where some of the comments
I am
really
willing to
tune
accept
into this.
that they are opposed to Israel and they wish to impose a boycott in order to express that displeasure. And I'm trying to keep them focusing on how that relates to the bill. And I hope you will do so.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Salam Odi. I was born and raised as a Palestinian refugee in Jordan. I have been a citizen of Manchester, New Hampshire since I was 16 years old. I am a former state commissioner on the status of women. However, of course, I'm here to oppose the bill. Boycott have been effectively used in the United States by advocates for equal rights since Boston Tea Party, for crying out loud. These include boycotts led by civil rights activists during the 1950s and 60s in order to advocate for racial equality, such as Montgomery bus boycott, and promote workers' rights, such as the United Farm Workers-led boycott of table grapes. There are countless historical moments when Americans participated in boycott to push human rights in other countries. the boycotting of Imperial Japan during the late 1930s, the boycotting of Nazi Germany from 1933 to 1941, the boycotting of 1980 Summer Olympics in Moscow, and the boycotting of South Africa apartheid. Congress, state, and civil rights leaders from all communities should endeavor to preserve the freedom of advocacy for all opposition anti-boycott resolution and legislation.
Thank you.
So, let me say that for the past 30 years, I only do my grocery shopping. I go to farms. I have been boycotting anything that's not made in the USA. I have the right to choose who to shop, where to shop, based on what facts I have. I am a result of the Israeli occupation. There is over 10 million refugees living in over 64 refugee camps. There is nothing pretty about Israel. As a matter of fact, all my children were born and raised in the state of New Hampshire. One of them, he's a Navy SEAL. I taught my children to never recognize such a thing as a state of Israel, and I will never recognize such a thing as a state of Israel. They are thieves. Somebody who's a thief, and they steal the land, they make goods from our land and our trees, and they sell it here in the state of New Hampshire. I have the right to boycott it. Companies have the right to boycott it. You have no right. You have no right to tell the people of New Hampshire they cannot boycott, and based on what? What is your reason? Besides, let me say, I am a Semitic, indigenous Palestinian woman. So is my children. European Jews are not Semitic people, and they're absolutely not indigenous or Semitic. They don't belong in Palestine.
So yes, you're opposed to the Israeli government. Thank you. Shlomia Lightfoot. Give it to Representative Manjaputi. If is Benjamin Lightfoot your husband? Could you speak together?
Sorry?
Would you like to speak together?
No. Do we
Okay,
need
thank
to? you. Okay. Is this doing what it's supposed to do?
Yes, it is. We can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Shlomia Lightfoot. I live in New Ipswich, and I'm a member of New Hampshire's Jewish community. I'm a United States citizen, and I'm also a citizen of the State of Israel. And I'm here to ask you to oppose SB 439. You asked to stay on topic.
Yes, please.
And we've mentioned questions about anti-Semitism a few times, so I want to at least touch on that. Standing up against the State of Israel is not anti-Semitic. Standing up for human rights, for international law, for free speech, and for basic decency is not anti-Semitic. The Zionist political movement has taken over my religion and taken out God, law, ethics, and culture, and replaced them with nationalism and allegiance to a particular country. Then it tries to legitimize Israel's atrocious behavior by claiming that this represents Jewish interests, and it keeps people afraid of speaking out lest they be called anti-Semitic. New Hampshire does not need to accept this. I'm very unhappy with some of the logic that this bill is using to try to protect Israel from boycott at the cost of our free speech. Boycotting Israel is not discrimination against anyone. It would be silly to argue that someone choosing to boycott a country that was Christian or that was Muslim because of human rights abuses is discriminating against Christian or Muslim people, or that boycotting Russian or Chinese goods for human rights reasons is discriminating against Russian or Chinese people. And it's similarly silly to claim that a boycott against Israel constitutes discrimination against Jews or any group of people in New Hampshire. At the Senate committee hearing on this bill, a senator asked a testifier whether she believes Israel has the right to exist. Criticism of Israel's human rights abuses is often put down by saying, well, Israel has a right to exist, as if violating human rights and international law.
Please concentrate on the bill. We don't need to know what convinced the Senate to go forward with it.
Okay, thank you for calling me on that. Give me a moment, sorry. Every measure against boycotting Israel, as this bill is, holds us farther from realizing a just peace and leads us to more loss and sorrow all around. Please don't vote to further a continuation of these problems, and please protect our right to freedom of speech and expression by standing against SB 439. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Abdoulat? I can't quite read the handwriting. From somebody in Lebanon.
Yep, that's me. Hello, honored members of the House Committee. My name is Abdul Latif. I am a resident of Lebanon, New Hampshire, Ward 2. Today is April 10th. Today is the Muslim holiday Eid. A year ago, children in Gaza were buying new clothes to wear for the holiday. Please let me finish. There's a major point over here. A year ago, children were buying new clothes for the holiday. This year, children are in burial shrouds on this holiday. I say this to say that this bill is being heard on Eid, the Muslim holiday, a day when many people who are Muslim in the state who are directly affected by this bill. Again, a bill that says that businesses that support Palestinian protest, that are, BDS against Israel, again, many Muslims in the state have a say in this, have a stake in this debate. This hearing is on the Muslim holiday. It's the same as if this bill was being heard on Christmas, right? How many people could make it in that circumstance? So I really want this to be something, if you can flag this for the DEI committee for the future. I'm sure it was an accident. I'm sure, it happens. There's so many dates, but if it can be flagged for the DEI committee, because again, it affects Muslim residents of the state directly quite often, I would really, really greatly appreciate that. Now, to add to that, okay, I am a ethnically Jewish Muslim American. I work with Palestinian students. I work with many students who want to start businesses in the state, who want to do work in the state, and their work that they envision, they want to be involved in boycott. They want to be able to express their economic free speech. And for this state house to not give them that ability to say that we're not going to work with you if you do this in the future, it economically damages our state. Frankly, it is a blatant violation of free speech. And I really, really hope, and I know last year when it came to this committee, it didn't move past the committee. I really hope it's the case again this year, because it's strange to be here again a year later after so much more has happened, and to see how in nearby states we've seen Palestinian protesters in Burlington be physically harmed, and now to say that economically there's restrictions on what they're able to do. I really, really hope that it does not move past this committee, and I thank you for your time. And I'm sorry to have stopped you from saying that over there against the holiday. It's an emotional day. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, if you would have your group send the the list of holidays to the
I will happily do
to
so.
the State House, we can avoid this sort of thing because
Absolutely. And
I
Eid Mub-
wasn't aware of it when I scheduled the hearing.
no worries. And Eid Mubarak, by the way, because this is the holiday.
Thank you. Joshua Mayprouts? It could be. The handwriting leaves a little little options for guessing there.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you very much for welcoming comments. My name is Joshua Meyerowitz. I'm a professor emeritus of communication and media studies at the University of New Hampshire. I sent you a long, detailed, probably more footnotes than you're used to getting statements. I don't want to repeat that, but I wanted to add a little context and also to say that I understand the impetus for this bill and the way to protect me and mine. I haven't really slept well since October 7th. But I speak in strong opposition to this bill. I was born and grew up in New York City, not that long after the Holocaust wiped out most of my family. My parents sent me and my older sister to an Orthodox Jewish day school, and I had to take public transportation back and forth. And I still remember the scowl on the face of the public Q-17 bus driver, where he would open the door, shout out kikes, and just drive by without stopping the bus. It was not until I was 15 that I and my family could go to so-called exclusive resorts, such as Wentworth by the Sea here in New Hampshire. Exclusive meant that it excluded people like me. So we've had a lot of progress, but I still experience a lot of anti-Semitic incidents. And with that discrimination background, it felt like a life-saving miracle that there was this country formed the year before I was born with our ancient homeland, like walking through the Bible, where Jews were the majority and where we would be equal, and where my Israeli cousins miraculously were taller, more athletic, more stronger looking than me and my exile cousins. Israel, as your text of your bill says, has many great wonders and ancient and modern and technological, high tech. But as I've reflected more on this equality that I had, I could become an instant citizen of Israel. Anyone with one Jewish grandparent can become a citizen of Israel, and by God, I had all four. But then what that means is that this is discrimination in my favor, and it's discrimination against people who live there. And those people support.
And about the bill?
Many of those people support a boycott because of Israel illegally occupying West Bank and East Jerusalem for 56 years. And as Amnesty International and Human Rights Group and the Israeli Human Rights Group B'Tselem, which means in the image of God, and hundreds of whistleblower soldiers, IDF soldiers, talk about massive discrimination. And it took many of us maybe longer than it should have to realize this status. And you have what you're prohibiting is people in this bill, if it were to pass, you would prohibit people against checkpoints, travel bans, Jews-only roads, nighttime home invasions, threats and verbal abuse, arbitrary arrests, beatings, extrajudicial
This
killings.
bill is about New Hampshire. I'm afraid we don't.
Well, you're limiting people in New Hampshire from joining this boycott. Now, I personally, at this moment, have not joined the boycott, but I certainly recognize the rights of people to do that as a form of nonviolent protest. And also in terms of the protection of me, when you eliminate, as other people have said, the opportunity for people to protest nonviolently, as happened in South Africa, you put me and mine at greater risk, because then we are more targeted for the only form of protest that allows now, and I detailed some background of that. Also, as has been hinted out here, one of the reasons there's a sharp rise in so-called anti-Semitic incidents in the country and the world is because groups like the Anti-Defamation League define anyone who supports the boycott or asks for a ceasefire or uses "from the river to the sea" phrase as being anti-Semitic. So I don't think those are anti-Semitic, and I think this bill is actually more anti-Semitic because it puts me and other Jews, and also interestingly, archaeological digs show that Palestinians and Jews have common DNA. We are Semitic people, and the peace of Israeli Jews and the peace of Palestinians are intertwined. We cannot really be safe alone without the other being safe. And some of the high-tech wonders, as we learned in recent days in Israel, have been used to use AI to identify targets and to kill whole families and the neighbors. So I strongly urge you not to support this bill, to let people have free association and free views, and to work for a stronger, more just world where we are protected by protecting each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm sure Representative Schmidt would like a copy of your
Yes,
testimony.
questions?
If Representative Dolan and then Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking a question. As a professor, I'm curious to know what you are currently teaching your students about things like this, and are you discussing Hamas and how they started this mess that we find ourselves in?
Representative Dolan, could we please try and focus on the bill?
So should I respond to that question?
If you can briefly, I'm sure we're all
Okay.
fascinated.
Well, since I'm retired, my teaching at the moment is directed more at you. And I like to have not just 5 minutes, but at least 50 minutes, prefer an hour and 20 or 2 hours. So, but we can communicate that later. But what I try to, in my teaching, what I try to do is teach concepts that help people understand the interaction. One of them with Israel and Hamas is actually to look at it as a relationship where how they each bring out in the other the very thing they claim they do not want to have. And they give each other the necessary provocation to keep attacking each other. So it's almost like applying a marital therapy concept to where often the couple agrees on the facts, but not who starts each interaction. He drinks a lot, and she nags him. She says he drinks, so I nag him. He says I nag him. He said she nags me, so I drink, and they just keep increasing that spiral. And that's part of what can explain a lot of things that happen with Hamas. But Israel started Hamas as a way of splitting the Palestinians and having a poster child for why no peace was possible. They wouldn't have to give up the land. So we look at conceptual things in that country and in other countries around the world. And I'm accessible to
Representative Brown, do you have
provide a
an
lot more
urgent
information if
question?
people want by phone or by writing. And I deeply footnoted what I sent you with a rich set of stuff to dig into.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, if you think if it's not related, let me know. Going back to the question I asked the first young man that came up here, I really need clarified by you or someone. If I decide to boycott Nike because I don't like their policy on whatever, is that the same as boycotting? Let me back up a little bit. There's one piece. Can you tell me boycotting of Israel, is that just a statement that I don't agree with them, or is that an effort to hurt the country in some way or another? Those are two different things to me.
Right. Well, I think I think the motivations vary because this is an opportunity. But the part of it that I think all of us who have been spoken against the bill share is that people who want to try to change bad policies and move things toward a more peaceful tomorrow want to use a nonviolent means of protesting rampant violations of international law and take away the power of violent protest. In 2018, 2019, Hamas did a nonviolent protest where they simply marched to the border of Gaza, and Israeli snipers killed over 200 of them and wounded many others. So that taught them nonviolence is not an option. We need as many nonviolent options as we can, and this bill is working against that. And it's not the way to go. We want to leave people freedom of association, freedom of ideas, freedom of action for multiple motivations, but let freedom ring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I believe you were here at the beginning when Senator Bradley was introducing his bill. And I referenced the fact that the first page references anti-Semitism repeatedly. He said that this bill is to codify the governor's executive order back then. 6 months have happened in the meantime. So if the situation has changed, and if there are other ways of other reasons for opposing Israeli policy or the policy of the government of Israel, would that in any way be anti-Semitic?
Not at all. And that's again what this odd thing that anti-Semitism has become broadly expanded to include anyone who raises any question about an Israeli government's policies. And Israel, Israel is not the Israel of Yitzhak Rabin and peacemakers and Shimon Peres. Israel now is led by ministers who agree that Yitzhak Rabin was appropriately assassinated because he was going to give away land that God gave to the Jews. And
Thank you for answering.
Well, I'll
that
just say, you
question.
see, I'll just say one final horrifying thing. Many of in the government see October 7th as the opportunity they've been waiting for to make Gaza uninhabitable and to reestablish Jewish settlements and land given to them by God. This is not a philosophy I think New Hampshire wants to support.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you very much. And since I'm retired, I have plenty of time to answer, more time to answer questions by email
Yes,
or
well,
phone.
we're already
Thank you.
45 minutes over what we expected.
No, I mean,
Benjamin Lightfoot.
after today.
Greetings, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Benjamin Lightfoot. I live in New Ipswich, New Hampshire, and as a religious Jew, I ask you to oppose Senate Bill 439. There are many things have been said. I had the luxury of living and learning in the state of Israel, and there's a lot of things when you actually have been there and you've seen things, understanding what's going on makes a lot more sense. The Palestinian Christian community have reached out to the world and for BDS, which is what this bill is about. This bill is discussing BDS and is saying to prevent any state contracts. The BDS movement was started by the Palestinians and is reaching out and saying we want peace, and they have put the Christian Palestinian community has put together the BDS and to pull from their statement that they made the Kairos document, which is the word of Christian Palestinians to the world about what's happening in the state of Israel. The Palestinian Christians asked us to engage in boycotts, divests, and sanctions against the Israeli occupation. They asked us to put pressure on Israel to take legal measures to obligate its government to end its disregard, and they seek to end the existing evil to liberate both perpetrator and the victims of injustice. This bill aims to prevent anti-Semitism, but it is actually the breeding ground of anti-Semitism. The state of Israel has a strong propaganda machine. They make outlandish claims on their crimes, and as long as someone buys into the claim, even until it's debunked, It allows them to foster their crimes. This is the point of BDS, is to actually call this out and to stop it in a peaceful manner. Senate Bill 439 claims that New Hampshire benefits from dealings with the state of Israel, but these benefits are spying and surveillance, and they aid in the suppression of protest, dissent, and healthy political discourse. The things that we're trying to just do here and today, these benefits are useful in a totalitarian regime and not in democracy. The state of Israel does not represent the Jewish people. The bill talks about preventing Semitism, and this is a political entity. And I, with many rabbis and Jewish Voice for Peace and many other organizations, ask to actually to support the BDS movement. And this bill is explicitly trying to silence us. Our Jewish brothers and Christians in the Holy Land are asking us for this request, and it's our obligations as fellow citizens of the world, of the community. This will affect us here, it will affect our communities if the passage, and I ask you to answer the call for help and to oppose Senate Bill 439. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabia Ahmed.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabia Ahmed. I'm a resident of Lebanon, New Hampshire, and I'm a staff attorney at Palestine Legal. I'm here today to voice my opposition to Senate Bill 439, which threatens to keep companies who boycott Israel from receiving state funding and completely mischaracterizes the boycott movement in support of Palestine as a movement for hate. SB 439 seeks to prohibit businesses that choose to boycott Israel from receiving state investments and contracts. In a nutshell, what this bill is attempting to do is to silence speech. The First Amendment protects free speech. The government cannot impose through conditions what it cannot outright ban. Government restrictions like this cannot be based on the desire to punish or curb First Amendment activities that seek to promote social and political change. As the US Supreme Court has made clear in NAACP versus Claiborne, speech on public issues has always rested on the highest rung of the hierarchy of First Amendment values. The court has also repeatedly said that government officials' determinations about what constitutes an acceptable view cannot infringe on one's right to freely express their political views. This is what SB 439 is attempting to do. It wants to quash speech that its drafters disagree with by making sure that anyone who disagrees with them faces financial consequences. Boycotts based on issues of ethical concern also run deep in our history as a country. Boycotts to oppose racial segregation or apartheid South Africa, for example. Why would boycotts for Palestinian rights be treated any differently? What this legislation would do is chill speech in New Hampshire. Is that what this body is trying to do? It would tell New Hampshire residents like myself that if we speak out for human rights, we could be held accountable, we could face consequences. This bill is aimed at businesses and the free speech rights of business owners, but its implications will not stop there. Similar laws have been misrepresented and abused in order to chill activism in support of Palestine in general, to cancel cultural events, to prevent public talks at universities. Your actions in supporting this one bill could have devastating consequences beyond what this bill is even aimed to do. Lastly, SB 439 also wholly relies on falsehoods. Section 1V15 describes the movement for boycotting Israel as a quote-unquote dedicated hate movement. SB 439 grossly uses this lie as a premise to justify silencing speech in support of Palestinian rights. The movement to boycott Israel, let's be clear, is not a hate movement. It is a grassroots movement for people to use their individual financial decisions to avoid complicity in the Israeli government's actions and to use their collective economic pressure to encourage Israel to end its discriminatory practices. SB 439 then goes on to reference the definition of anti-Semitism under the International Holocaust Remembrance Act, or otherwise known as IHRA, which conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. This legislature needs to be very clear. It is a protected right to be able to express anti-Zionist political views, one's views against a political entity like Israel. SB 439 illegally attempts to infringe on that right. Freedom of speech, a core tenet of our state and of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Bob Sanders.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I promise to tell you nothing that you haven't heard. No, I'm trying to tell you something that you haven't heard before. This is the first time I've testified. I've been a reporter for 30 years. This is the first time I've covered so many of these meetings, and I've heard so many people repeat themselves. So I know what you're going through. So I'm speaking here as a former business reporter for New Hampshire Business Review, that can now speak out on issues because I'm no longer a reporter, and also as a Jew who organized an open letter against what Israel's doing. That's 67 Jews have signed on to in New Hampshire. And this was in 1 week, by word of mouth and by word of email, not social media, not going viral, anything. And this just was released today. And that was to the congressional delegation. But back to the bill. One thing I've learned as a reporter is businesses don't like government telling them what to do. And this is telling businesses what to do. It's not this that say, don't do this because you might hurt the public, or don't do this because you might pollute the air, or don't do this because we don't agree with your opinion. And we're going to take your contracts away because we don't like what you're saying or what you're doing. You said we don't like the fact that you're not doing business with Israel, so no contract. We don't like and they could do this with any country. We don't like what if you're not doing business in Canada for some reason, we'll pull your contract. I mean, I think that's why you rejected this last time, and I expect this is why you're going to reject it again. I just want to say, in terms of the anti-Semitism, this has been said many times by other people, but just 67 Jews in New Hampshire, and it's just who found out about it, are saying that what Israel's doing is wrong. They're saying they want a ceasefire, they want to cut off aid, military aid to Israel, and they want humanitarian aid to get in there. So are all these Jews anti-Semitic because they're criticizing Israel? Are they self-hating? I mean, that's kind of what the bill implies in its opening statement, that if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. And I think this is, evidence that that's not true. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I appreciate
And if you want, I can.
a different viewpoint.
You can, I'll give you the letter. It's not directly related to this, but it shows the number of Jews that are opposed and with all their names.
Thank you.
Give it to somebody or?
Give it to someone at the end. We'll pass it along. Is there anyone else to testify on Senate Bill 439? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. We do not have time to vote on it. So, and I'm opening the hearing on Senate Bill 318. Yes, right over there.
This is Joe Shapiro's bill, right?
What?
Isn't it Joe Shapiro's bill?
A note, Senator Pearls.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
318. If you'd like to introduce it, that will help. Senator Pearl had to leave half an hour ago. Sure. What bill am I doing? 318. And then you'll have to take over. People almost convinced me to vote for the bill.
I wanted to say if you can. Just out of spite.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's a good thing we're going to settle down for a day.
Yeah.
Boy, that little
kid was naughty. Thank you.
Thank God I couldn't hear it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to introduce, did you start the public hearing? She went like this.
Just a second. We'll let a few people. Could you take your conversations outside, please? We're moving on to a totally different topic. Thank you. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 318, which is relative to the adoption of the Social Work Licensure Compact. I believe that this is very similar to the House bill that passed the House, although it left the committee without recommendation, And I believe there are some people here from OPLC who might be able to answer any questions, but they may not be necessary.
No, I have no testimony on this.
Okay.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
And as Representative Grota mentioned, this bill is identical to House Bill 1190, which has passed the House and is in the Senate. And therefore, we don't need to do anything with this. And I'm going to hand the gavel over and introduce the non-germane amendment.
Welcome, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, Merrimack 27, and Amendment 1429, which we have a good supply of copies. You may not be at your desk. There's copies over there. This amendment, which completely replaces the unnecessary content of Senate Bill 318, is basically 4 sections from the amendment to House Bill 1271 that the subcommittee worked so hard on. It does not address the guardians ad litem or the acupuncturists, which were of concern to various members of the committee. It addresses the Manufacturing Housing Installation Board, made advisory. It addresses the, what's the next part? The Nursing Home Administrators Board, made advisory, which is also not a problem and not strongly opposed by the board. It combines the boards of massage therapy and Reiki and other Asian bodywork techniques at their request. They're already an advisory board. This just gives them a bit of a broader scope. Reflexology, of course. And then it deletes the registration of medical technicians because the medical technicians don't consider themselves professionals in that way. There's never been a board. They've never been able to do anything. And the subcommittee strongly felt that we didn't want to give people the illusion that we were regulating medical technicians when we actually weren't. So this is, as I said, a small portion of what was in that amendment. It should be relatively non-controversial, and I hope you will support it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Lakis.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm asking if I'm remembering correctly, that we actually got rid of the registration of medical technicians, and I think House Bill 1410, if I'm remembering the number right, but since it was in this bill, it had to be removed.
Well, this bill is in fact going to subcommittee because it's, it's a hefty amendment. We need to make sure that there aren't any stupid mistakes in it. And that's one thing, is if we've already repealed that board, we don't need to do it twice.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, subcommittee, we can deal with it.
But yeah, the intent is this is a small portion of that amendment, carefully selected to be ready for final review.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Would anybody else like to speak on Amendment 1429H? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on the amendment. Pass the gavel back, I believe.
Okay. That's it for today.
Yeah, and we're referring this to licensing committee, subcommittee. Congratulations, Tony. And we will adjourn for the day. Thank you, everyone.